Reggie, you want to sit down here?
Wow.
You want to sit down here?
For a guy to feel that way,
Yeah.
you gotta be like death.
I can't take anything.
Good morning. The mic is loud. Lower the mic, please. Scared me. The first thing I want to do is welcome everybody here this morning. It is loud, I said that. Just a couple of things I'll start with. I want to welcome Commissioner Van Ostenbridge back to our board this morning. He has been out ill, so it's nice to have you back, sir.
Good to be here.
Welcome. Also, the phone number that had been listed on the agenda to call, if you want to speak here shortly, was incorrect. So I need for you to take down this new number to call. It's 827-7581. 7659. I'll repeat it. Area code 827. No, that's not right either. 827-7581. 7659. Diane, is that correct? That's too many numbers. You got too many numbers here, sweetie.
That's the meeting ID number.
Oh, great. Okay. That is the meeting ID number. So the phone number is correct. It was just the meeting number that was wrong. Diane?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Okay. We're going to start. It's always good to start with the invocation. We always do. And it's going to be led this morning by Pastor Guy Glass, followed by Commissioner Bellamy doing the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would all stand, please. Pastor, come on up to the podium, please. And I think you have some things you want to announce, too, don't you?
First, my apologies for my back being to many of you, so that I can use the microphone because things are recorded. First, we want to welcome you here. We're glad it is a privilege to be able to open up the church for meetings like this. It is my firm belief that a building that sits vacant for so many days provides no use for our community. With that said, just a couple of housekeeping items. Since my back is to most of you, to my right here and through these doors is the men's room. To my left is through those doors is the ladies' room. If you get lost, just keep going around corners. It will bring you back to the same place. Should you at any time, there are also outside, there is a freestanding building that also has men's and ladies' restrooms. That is behind the old church building, which is unlocked should you like to see what it looked like in 1888. This is God's house, and I would encourage you to be respectful in your language and in your deportment. With that said, let me open up in prayer, please. Father God, it is my distinct privilege today to be able to come to you in prayer and to pray for this session and for this meeting. Lord, I thank you for each and every person that is attending here today with their desire to speak to the agenda and to the work session. Lord, I thank you for these commissioners, particularly for their open ears, their open minds, Lord, as they listen and as they discern, as questions are asked back and forth. Father, as discussion is brought to a point, Lord, where a decision that honors the people that are here, those that we have elected into office, and most importantly, our community and our county at large. Lord, we ask that you would continue to bless Manatee. Lord, that you would continue to raise it up. Lord, that things would be done in a way that is good, best, and right for the least to the greatest of those that reside here within the borders of Manatee County. So, Lord, this is your time ultimately. Our responsibilities are first and foremost to you, so we ask for your direction and, Father, for your discretion. Lord, we ask all this in Christ's name and for his sake. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's really nice here. I want to say thank you to Pastor Glass for letting us have this meeting here in the church. I've been here many times in the past, not for meetings as large as this, but it's always a wonderful place to come and be in the Lord's house. So thank you, Pastor, for that. We'll go ahead and we'll start. Administrator Hopes, Dr. Hopes, anything that you want to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank all of our staff who put this event together, and we're happy to be out here in Mayaca, where the folks are that has the potential impact for the decisions that you'll be making into the future. With that, I'd like to go ahead and start off our work session on the future development area boundary, and I believe Lisa Barrett will be making the initial presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, just making sure this is positioned. I'm Lisa Wenzel now with the Community Building and Development Services Comprehensive Planning. And I do have a slide presentation if we could show that on the cameras or the TVs. So we are here today at the request of the board to start a discussion with the board and the community. And that discussion is, what does development east of the future development area boundary, which we commonly refer to as the FDAB, mean to Manatee County? Some background on why we're here. On April 15th, 2021, the board requested a work session to discuss development east of the future development area boundary. And in particular, the request was for the discussion to be a full review as to what development east of the FDAB means to Manatee County, as a whole. So what is the FDAB? It is the Future Development Area Boundary, which is identified on that aerial in the yellow line. It is defined within the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan as the boundary on your future land use map, and designated to show the location of new residential and non-residential development consistent with the adopted land use concept map, which is also in your comprehensive plan. Lands east of the FDAB are intended to be preserved for primarily agricultural uses. The FDAB is intended to serve as a means to provide an efficient use of land and public and private investment and to limit urban sprawl. And this line shall be consistent with the boundaries of the water supply and wastewater service areas established by the Board of County Commissioners. So this map before you is also from the comprehensive plan. It is the defined utility service area of Manatee County, showing the water supply and wastewater service areas approved by the board. And east of the FDAB, the yellow areas you can see are the lands that are not serviced. This is the adopted land use concept map within the comprehensive plan. This was recently updated and approved in 2018 with Ordinance 1808. This map was created using a combination of what was known as the 1996 residential distribution map and the character compatibility map vision, which was adopted by the board in 2005. The map identifies the areas that are generally to be developed as urban, the dark mustard color. The transitional area is the peachish color, and the future development, the area of yellow, and the rural is the area shown in green. This too follows that map. This is taking it to the next step, the future land use map, which is more defined. And then obviously within the land development code, you have the zoning map that correlates with the future land use for each designated parcel. So the next 4 slides just show some of the policy that we have within the comprehensive plan today. So this is the framework and the policy that we have to review for development applications that exists within the comp plan today. Objective 2.1.2, geographic extent of the future development. It states limit urban sprawl by accommodating future development consistent with the adopted land use concept map, which I just showed you, map N, and that all development is, unless exempt, shall be directed to the area west of the future development boundary line, thereby preserving ag as the primary land use east of the FDAB through 2040. Policy 2.1.2.2 states limit urban sprawl by prohibiting all future development in the area east of the established FDAB, which is the same as MAP N and the potable water wastewater service areas within the wastewater sub-element of the comprehensive plan. Then we have objective 2.5.1, economic viability. Protect, enhance, and maintain through 2040 the county-wide economic value of Manatee County's agricultural. Policy 2.5.1.1 says designate those areas in Manatee County which are suited for long-term ag as ag rural on the future land use map so as to limit the degree of suburbanation of such lands and reduce use which may displace ag. And then finally, policy 2.5.1.4, maintain the future development area on the future land use map of sufficient acreage and density intensity which provides alternatives to rapid conversion of agricultural land to urban suburban land uses that would be precipitated by a tightly constrained supply of lands designated for future urban suburban growth. And one of the implementations is to review and maintain the future land use map consistent with this policy. And looking at some of the prior visioning plans that were done with Manatee County, that was the intent of Imagine Manatee, How Will We Grow, which were two major planning, visioning efforts that were taken on by the county, and along with the amendments to the comp plan and the land development code that provide incentives for developing within the urban core and the activity nodes, and allowing for mixed use and affordable housing incentives. So with this slide, I just wanted to talk some of the history of the major amendments with the comprehensive plan. I know in past meetings we talk about the comprehensive plan. It was created in 1989. That was the original comprehensive plan, but it has been modified several times since, and significant modifications. And this is not all inclusive, but the major, more comprehensive amendments. So in 1998, we had the evaluation and appraisal report, which we call the EAR. This occurs every 7 years and is a state-mandated analysis of what works and doesn't work within the comprehensive plan. The requirements of the EAR have changed significantly over the years. Today's requirements put more of the review and determination in the hands of the local jurisdiction rather than at the state level, but we are still required to make sure that we are consistent with any state mandates. So the 1998 year, the plan was substantially revised and became the 2020 comprehensive plan. Then the next year, which occurred 2004, 2006, this was a planning visioning project that was called the Imagine Manatee, which I just mentioned, and that looked at where do we want to grow. It questioned what lands should be set aside or protected, and it looked at the current trends continuing and where growth should go and redevelopment. Major issues identified with that year included reinforcement of the urban core, ag protection, environmental protection, hazard mitigation, and affordable housing. Then in 2011, that year was based more on an introspective look at the county, and that visioning plan was called How Will We Grow? There were 3 options that were provided to the board at that time. 1 was to continue growth as it is. 2 was to focus on the urban core, and 3 was to look at activity nodes throughout the county. And the board at that time chose to focus on what was the 2 of the options or alternatives, and that was the urban core and the activity nodes. So with the amendments that occurred following in 2015, we incorporated the urban corridor amendments that were adopted and were based on How Will We Grow. That provided for incentives for redevelopment of the urban core, focusing on the 6 major corridors within the county. In 2018, we also had what we termed the process improvements, and that became what is the comprehensive plan that we have today, the 2040 comprehensive plan. And the focus of those amendments were based on the years looking at the second alternative of How Will We Grow by providing incentives for mixed use and affordable housing at the activity nodes throughout the county. And now this year, we have another year that is due in 2021. And that requirement, we're mainly focusing on the legislation dealing with parallel flood or sea level rise. And this needs to be accomplished by December 1st of 2021. Then after we complete that, our next year is due in 7 years, and that's an opportunity to review the plan more comprehensively. And like I said, these are not the only amendments, and we always have the ability to revise the comprehensive plan throughout. So this map, I just wanted to throw out some information to help start the discussion. It is not intended for you to see in detail, but shows approximate acreage that is vacant west of the FDAP. So the areas that are outlined in blue, which I'm hoping you can see, are in the early stages of development. So when they show on our GIS as vacant, but they already have general development plans approved. So they have some entitlements, and some may have concurrency as well. So looking at the vacant land in the column on your left, the 23,000 vacant acres, of that approximately 20,000 acres could be considered developable acreage for residential. So we did not include the 8,489 that's already approved with the general development plan. So developable acreage for residential, we excluded the ag rural. There is some ag rural west of the FDAB, conservation and industrial future land use categories, and any non-residential acreage. So obviously this would require a much more in-depth analysis to look at any other environmental constraints or design factors to consider what could be developable. But based on rough calculations, looking at this acreage in each future land use category and maximum potential density in each of the approximate number of units at build out would roughly be 100,000 units. And this is not counting the approved general development plans. And this also did not take into consideration a maximum potential within the mixed use and the ROR future land use categories. We took an average of those because you can have different uses within both of those categories. And nor did we take in the maximum potential that's allowed by the comprehensive plan for activity nodes, mixed use projects, and affordable housing projects. So with approximately 20,000 acres equaling approximately 100,000 potential units, and based on population projections, we've looked at the population that we have today, population projections for the next few years, and we determined it would be approximately over 40 years with this total acreage to accommodate this number of units west of the FDAB. So looking at the parcels east of the FDAB, and this is not necessarily developable land, much more analysis is definitely needed, but east of the FDAB, you have approximately 210,000 acres. And in general, this map is just intended to show the area, obviously in green, that is designated ag rural in the future land use. And then the hatched areas in pink show the watersheds. So further to the south, you have the Manatee watershed, you have the Evers watershed, and then along the county line, you have the Peace River watershed. The areas designated with the pink and the little squiggly lines are conservation or designated as parklands. And then the areas that are outlined more in the red hatched dashed area are lands that are zoned for EX, excavation, so they have some type of mining approval. And then the area around Lake Manatee and the FP&L is public, semi-public property. So this map and the chart shows the reduction of ag property since 1998. A total of approximately 68,000 acres have been rezoned from ag to another designation. So this is an average reduction of about 3,000 acres each year for the last 23 years. And this map is not showing the changes in the ag rural designation, just the A and the A1 zoning. And then finally, well, not finally, but here are the number of COs for residential uses for the last few years. And obviously, this is much lower than the west of the FDAB based on the current zoning requirements within the comprehensive plan. The number of COs or certificate of occupancies east of FDAB since 2018 are shown on your map or on your slide. So just throwing out some ideas and to help get the discussion going, and I know everybody has some of their own ideas, but some of the things to consider when and if the county considers moving the FDAB line. How do we want to move the line? Do we want to move the line at all? Do we want to do it incrementally? Do we want it to be site-specific or to a specific point? We need to take consideration of timing. We can look at future development zones, which other communities do as well, trigger points to ensure that needed infrastructure and services are provided if the line is moved. We could possibly consider looking at transfer of development rights or a rural land stewardship program, which other communities do. That's a program to create sending and receiving areas for entitlements while preserving important environmental lands. We have the protection of the existing neighborhoods to consider, Myakka and Parish, looking at neighborhood plans or overlays. We need to take in consideration mix of uses, whether or not that residential comes with commercial services and employment and not have primarily or just solely residential. So we need to know what would be the desired density or intensity. If moving the line, what impacts development would have on the agricultural uses that exist, and looking at the compatibility between the ag and the mining uses and the residential. We also need to take into consideration environmental constraints and the impacts, which include like the features that I showed on the map, including the mining, the watersheds, conservation parks, areas, and habitats. We need to look at mobility and the efficiency between growth and how we move people, especially if we're moving people further east. We need to consider the impacts to infrastructure, including roads, utilities, stormwater management, solid waste, law enforcement, emergency response, schools, healthcare, transit, and general government services. Development beyond the existing service area would require us to look at our existing master plans that we have today and any needed updates. And those master plans include parks, utilities, emergency services, the thoroughfare plan, and the comprehensive plan in general to ensure that development can be accommodated. And finally, the demographic and economic shift. How will the shift impact growth and economic stability for the county as a whole? So these are just some considerations. And so we are here today just to listen, to have that discussion, hear from the board and the community, and then take the next steps needed. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I do want to announce that Deputy County Attorney Sarah Shank is on the phone, so listening and watching this meeting as well. I'm going to go ahead at this time and open to public comment because I think most of us sitting up here, that's really what we prefer to do today is listen to the citizens that are here. So I've got several for this first item. The first one, if you would line up at the podium, that might help too when I call your name. Kathleen Strong, Norman Stockton, Meredith Barcombe, and Alan Jones. If all of you would just line up at the podium, you'll have state your name, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Kathleen Strong, also known as Butterfly Kathleen. Welcome to Myakka. We're so happy that you're here and here to listen to us. I want you to know I lost my notes, so I'm just going to have to speak off the cuff. The more of these meetings that I go to and the more of the discussions that we have out here in our neighborhood with Commissioner Cruz, the less worried I am that you all are going to run over us with suburbanization. I'm angry with you for transmitting or whatever the verbiage is that you use for sending that, what was that last text amendment forward? And I understand I'm not to speak about that maybe specifically. We're here about the FDAB in particular. if there's so much land west of the future development area, there's no reason to come out here. We like it the way that it is. We like having our own wells and septic systems. We don't want urban water here. If it doesn't come here, then the development cannot come. I understand that they are trying to not necessarily move the FDAB, but hop it. And if one developer is allowed to do that and to bring in the infrastructure that's necessary, even if they offer to pay for it, which they have, handling all the wastewater and all that stuff falls back on the county after the fact anyway. So no thank you. You simply cannot have it. We don't want it out here. And that's my specific opinion. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Norman Stockton, Meredith Barcombe, and Alan Jones, in that order, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Norman Stockton. I thank you for your time out here this morning. Been a resident out here for nearly 30 years. I've seen a lot of change, some good, some not so good. I appreciate the opportunity, even though it's kind of small, with the diagrams to see what's actually being planned. Just to throw out some things that the lady said during her presentation. If I got it right, and if I didn't, please correct me. Said 100,000 units, basically on 20,000 acres. I'm counting 5 units per acre, which for out here, we're typically 5 and 10 acre tracts for homeowners, much larger for agriculture areas. I'm concerned about mainly density more than I am development personally. And she also mentioned 3,000 acres lost per year to development. That's roughly almost 4 square miles per year that we're just ticking along here. And at some point in time, the county will need to put the brakes on something because this whole area would be nothing but concrete and houses. And we don't have the infrastructure because the development always seems to come and get approved much prior to the infrastructure. The roads are crappy out here. 64 and 70 are both a death trap. And we just want some responsible leadership going forward to do this thing slow. I'm in favor of development, but keeping the land use in smaller tracts as far as 5 and 10 acre tracts, homeowners, farming, and so forth. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Meredith Barcombe, then Alan Jones.
Logically setting up right now, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I guess while she's setting up, thank you guys for coming out here today. Meredith Barcombe, Preserver of Wildlife, Environment, and Resources. Yay. Okay.
Don't start the clock yet. I'm not sure where Diane is. I don't see her. Oh, thinking. Is that thinking?
Ready? Okay. So obviously our first slide, objectives. Manatee County is at a major crossroads as to what the next 30 years will look like for its citizens and resources. We're here today to present Power's vision of what smart development looks like for Eastern Manatee County. We plan to cohesively achieve this goal by working alongside not only our citizens, but also our BOCC. Smart development. Power defines smart development as preserving and protecting rural and agriculture lands from overdevelopment, protecting wildlife, the environment we share and its natural resources, giving appropriate consideration to safety and infrastructure, and focusing on avoiding catastrophic consequences of overdevelopment. You see the FDAB line there. Everybody's pretty familiar with it. Bourneside, gets, heads north Parish and kind of snakes. So Manatee County growth, we made some very conservative numbers based off of what we're hearing, and we're overly conservative. But with the number of people moving to Manatee County each year, approximately 8,900, it's roughly 24 people a day. So obviously we need housing. 59,000 residential lots are available west of the FDAB, roughly 6.5 years worth of supplies. Obviously, 40 years of supply. We were incorrect. So why now? If moving the FDAB line was not initiated by the county for fundamental and comprehensive plan changes, then why are we contemplating allowing individual developers to cross it? Not because citizens are asking for it, not because a massive change is needed in East County, and not because a request to redesign the comprehensive plan for East County has been received. Whose interests are being served? Why are we discussing this today? Only two distinct reasons: land developers and greed. What does Manatee County really need? Since we have a buildable land west of the FDAB, the focus should be on redevelopment of urban core, affordable housing located central to jobs, amenities, and infrastructure, preservation of land and resources in eastern Manatee County to ensure the beauty of old Florida may be enjoyed for generations to come. Florida's rich cattle ranching history is alive and well in Myakka. Species such as the scrub jay, gopher, tortoise, bobcats, and coyotes, bald eagles, allowing time for infrastructure to catch up given the impact of the real estate bubble burst of 2008. And how can we accomplish our goals? East County's liaison power is requesting the BOCC's cooperation with our stated objectives. Future needs being planning and development of overlay for Myakka area, which will set the standard for future planning. Forward progress for following the vote in November land preservation, mitigation of perceived lack of transparency, and while we understand the developer's motivation, plans must be mindful of and respect our way of life, i.e. smart development. So we're asking for this time to have those things met and discuss an overlay, and clearly we've seen today there is property west of the FDAB line that we can work on development with, so thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. I hate to say this, but because it pains me to say it, but we can't have any clapping in here today. I'm sorry. Not my rule, so you know. William Hine, David Dean, Keith Ludwig, and Garrett Ramey will be next. Mr. Jones, good morning, sir.
Good morning, and really want to say thank you to the Manatee County for having this workshop. I like long-range planning, and so this is definitely something to look at for the future. So, one of the things that stuck out to me in the presentation Miss Lisa Wenzel gave was that that it is 2040 is the existing time period that the current comprehensive plan deals with. And so, that sounds like a long time away, but it's only 18 years. It's not very long away. So we got to start thinking about what 2040 looks like, 2050, potentially things like that. So there is a lot of land inside the urban service boundary as it stands today to be developed out. We can have plenty of homes built within that FDAB line prior to 2040. And what it will allow the communities to do is develop out and provide that synergy for North County to develop out as it was planned. If all of a sudden you start talking about moving that FDAB line prior to that community getting built out and allowing our urban areas to develop and get the goods and services that we need in North County, you're going to end up having urban sprawl much more worse than what it potentially or what it would be as it is currently planned. I think that's really key in allowing a community to develop out as it was planned for many, many years. So we definitely have a difference between what goes on, what is happening north of Manatee River and what's south of the Manatee River. I don't think that they can be considered both in the same conversation. There's different dynamics in both areas, and there's people who need to have their voices heard in both areas. And so if we're going to speak about moving the FDAB line north of the Manatee River, I would like to propose an area of consideration for y'all to take. And so, in fact, some of the county commissioners have already received this. And basically, it denotes the areas that are currently owned by FPL for solar development. 62 is becoming a major energy corridor. more so than just the plant that's there. I think there was a tour that was given recently about the solar fields and the solar battery components that are being put out there. We also need to think about Lake Manatee watershed. That's our drinking water source. That is a true gem of Manatee County. And if we're going to allow development in that watershed, we need to make sure that we've got the stormwater jacked up so we're not potentially hurting our drinking water source. I'm not saying that I'm trying to take development rights from anybody who owns land in that region, but as a overall concern for the community and the residents of Manatee County, I think stormwater is definitely a concern within that watershed. Just another minute or two, if you wouldn't mind.
Go ahead.
So I guess that pretty much winds it up. You know, we've been working a lot with the Parish Civic Association and looking forward to this afternoon's presentation about some things. But, you know, I just feel like the timing is not right to move the FDAB line. I think the timing of the discussion is pertinent because we need to start thinking about these things. The areas I've denoted in the takeaway that I want to show here is traditional farming land in Manatee County. And so farming land actually makes great development land because the environmental impacts have already been done. The drainage corridors and the game corridors have been left alone, which will allow the environmental areas of this parcel of land to be preserved. And I'm sad to say that the Manatee County agriculture, the state of Florida agriculture, is not in the best of shape. NAFTA put a dagger in our heart a number of years ago, and I think all of us have recognized the negative impacts of that within our local community and the tomato business. And fortunately, I've been lucky to survive in the potato and green bean business, but we need to make sure we keep our eye on the ball and be pertinent to today's discussions and what the future holds for us. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I give this?
Yes, sir. The clerk is all the way in the back in the corner. All right, William Hine, David Dean, Keith Ludwig, Garrett Ramey. And by the way, we need to thank this gentleman because he keeps cleaning the microphone for us. We want to take care of everybody that's here. Major.
Good morning, everybody. My name is William Heine. Live in Mayaca City. As you know, Manatee County is one of the fastest growing counties in Florida. Last November, the voters of Manatee County, to include myself, voted to increase property taxes a little bit to create a dedicated fund for land preservation. Manatee County voters passed the measure by more than a 71% margin. This is proof that protecting nature is a nonpartisan issue. We all want clean water and to be surrounded by natural beauty, but only 13% of Manatee County's land is preserved compared to an average of 30% statewide. The successful passage of the referendum and proper implementation will improve the quality of life in Manatee County. The Manatee River watershed should be a major focus for future land preservation. The portion of the watershed where Manatee County gets its water from is completely east of the FDAB. Now is the time to protect this area so that our water continues to be clean and naturally free of dangerous runoff. With the availability of undeveloped land to the west of the FDAB, it's best to keep the FDAB where it is to promote affordable housing and to continue to provide jobs for all the area trades that build and sustain our infrastructure. Please work to provide incentives to do this. The area east of the FDAB is full of wildlife corridors that are also critical to the health of our county and a primary reason for people moving here and to Florida in general. I've lived here for that reason. A plan to preserve and provide buffers for preserve and wildlife areas is also critical. Let's bring our county's preserved lands up to the 30% mark, and let's see if we can even go beyond that. I'm willing to personally pay more taxes to preserve our county lands for now and the future. Please maintain and hold the FDAB line where it is. Thank you for everyone's time.
Thank you, sir. David Dean?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Dave Dean. I've lived here in Mayaca for 26 years, and I'm 3 miles from the current FDAB. First off, I think hold the line might be a nice phrase and goal, but you're at least 15 years too late for that, beginning with Foxbrook, and there are several developments already been approved and built beyond the FDAB's eastern edge. Golden Vernon Estates, the concessions, the preserve at Panther Ridge followed, and all of them have higher densities than the agricultural 1 house per 5 acres designation. I think hold the line is also not realistic. Just this morning, I read in the paper that there's 2 more of those north tracts that are being developed. The fact is that most large parcels west of the FDAB have already been developed or are already slated for it. Large developers have to plan many years ahead, and most large developments, once approved, are only done in phases. Thus, we wouldn't see the full impacts of any amendments to our FDAB done now for many years to come. The sad fact is, and as the man referred to earlier, that for rural areas, if you're not growing, you're dying. The latest census shows most rural counties are losing population at a rapid pace to the metro areas. Rural economic stagnation is both a cause and effect of these population shifts. It's a very tough time to be a farmer. NAFTA, as the man mentioned, cut profit margins, while at the same time less immigration has led to labor shortages and rising costs. Just ride around. Many of the parcels of agricultural fields lie fallow now because it's simply not profitable to farm them anymore. Like it or not, agriculture is no longer the primary economic driver for Manatee County. Who can blame those farmers for looking to get out of the business, and why shouldn't they be able to sell their land for what it's really worth? Let's ask Mr. Taylor or the Hunseters. Whether you ultimately decide to move the FDAB eastward or simply allow for contiguous exceptions, which would be my preference, I suggest you establish a rural fringe zoning designation around any existing occupied parcels in the proposed development areas with a max density of, say, 1 residence per 3 acres. Then you should require any developer's proposal to have their outer row of houses along the rural fringe at a density of 1 residence per acre. That would provide a much smoother transition from residential to the existing rural homesteads. I'd also suggest, as the other gentleman mentioned as well, that you simultaneously protect the county's water supply, Lake Manatee, by establishing a fixed low-density buffer around it and insisting on fail-proof stormwater runoff protections for any developments that adjoin that buffer. Doing nothing is really not a viable option. Some would have us stop any growth beyond the FDAB except an endless grid of 5-acre parcels all the way to the county line. That would be a disaster for all our county citizens because such rural sprawl can never pay for itself in taxes. It would therefore saddle we, the rest of the taxpayers, with the repair and maintenance of many more miles of inferior roads, open ditch drainage, and needed emergency services, etc. In addition to such rural sprawl, of 5 or 10-acre ranchettes would do more environmental harm per household than planned developments ever could. And lastly, how many trips and added miles per trip would such all those people having to go to town every day for their shopping and jobs create? There's a real cost to that, and wasted gas, added pollution, and added traffic woes for all of us. Well, and I guess I won't discuss the Neal proposal, but thank you anyway.
Thank you, sir, very much. Yes? David Dean. Keith Ludwig, and then Garrett Ramey.
Keith Ludwig, resident of Mayaca City for over 45 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you very much for serving on the Board of County Commissioners. My thoughts and opinions have pretty much been voiced. It's more or less a question that I pose to you. If the future development line exists, it seems to be a matter of semantics, that the financial responsibility of what side of that line growth is paid for by whom. It is still the Manatee County Commission that holds and decides whether or not the development will be east or west. And I just merely would like to reiterate that sometimes agricultural land lays fallow, so to say, for years, but it's the opportunity to be able to grow. And once it's paved over, it's gone. So thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you. Garrett Ramey, then Carol Phelps, and Mark Vandery. Not sure that I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Hi, Good morning, everybody. Before we get started, I just want to thank every one of you, staff, the IT department. I saw them out here setting up yesterday. And, this really means a lot to us, for you all to come to us here. We can't thank you enough for doing this work session. This really shows that you're listening. And, it's been a big issue in Manatee County that we haven't had our voice heard here. So now on the record, I'm Garrett Ramey. I moved here in 2015. I'm looking at this presentation here, and it seemed like in 2018 we had a plan and a vision for the county, because we certainly don't have to ask how will we grow. And, we don't have that problem anymore. So now we need some advocacy. You protect the liberties of contractors, developers, because they have a right to make a living. But we also do too. And we have liberties out here also. And we've been trampled out here by phosphate mining. And it's going to continue to go on for years until we get some acknowledgement. The gentleman was talking about the watershed. We have phosphate mining coming in up to our watershed. So that's another issue that we have to contend with out here. I didn't prepare anything in general for this presentation, but there's just some things I want to talk about. When y'all were driving up here today, I think you noticed that as soon as you got past Savannah and 2 roundabouts, traffic flows. And we had that flow going all the way up to Lakewood Ranch Boulevard, but now that's gone. And we just keep on getting delayed. I've been out of work since February for my career job for medical reasons. So now I'm traveling to where, for some reason, we're zoned medically downtown. So I have to come, I'm the last resident in Manatee County, and I have to come through all of this nonsense to get to it. So now I have to give myself not only 15 minutes a head start, I have to give myself a bigger cushion now of 45 minutes, because there's no telling what's going on this travel. And this is a frustration that we all feel here, traffic issues. So let's get these traffic studies and stuff. Let's look at these traffic studies, because I don't think we're analyzing everything when we do these developments. A lot of these, I think what we're seeking is zoning protection. From our town hall meeting, it seemed like zoning was the only way to protect us from encroachment. I think that with a vision for the county, we would be able to at least know where we're at, and it doesn't seem so rogue. The development doesn't seem so rogue. If you really want to help us out here in Myakka, we could really use some stuff like paved roads, internet, and fire stations. We pay an increased rate of our homeowners insurance because we don't have a fire station within 5 miles. I understand. I see this in development. Development will get that. Yeah, as they build these larger and larger populations. We have diversity. When I moved to this county, Manatee County offered diversity. We had agricultural lands, and we had other aspects that we could have in this county, coastal communities, so forth and so on. But I'd just like to keep that diversity here in Myakka. We like living the way we do out here. It's peaceful, it's quiet, and I thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Garrett. Carol Phelps, and then Mark Vandery, please. State your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Carol Phelps, Myakka City, and as much as I would like to thank the commissioners, and especially for Mr. Cruz coming out here so often, these are the people that need to be thanked. These are the people that have come out here. I've seen the same people show up at town halls. These are the people that you need to thank. We thank you, but we'd like for these people to get some recognition. And everybody already knows what I'm going to say every time I come up here. We need to think of essentials. Essentials are food and water. We have such a unique area in Manatee County where we could be self-sustaining. We talk about guarding our nation's borders. We talk about our freedoms. We talk about the right of citizens. And we have an opportunity to exercise that right in our own backyards. For these people here who have spoken up, who have come to the meeting, who have exercised their rights, they are telling you no. They are telling you that we would like to preserve the things that made America great, which is our agriculture, which is our water, our food, and our residents having a right to have a say-so in their community and to have a diversity, but at the same time, to have a voice. Now, very few are going to come up here, and you could go all over Manatee County, and I don't care if people moved here yesterday or, like me, they are an 8th generation Floridian. There's not going to, I've seen every blade of grass in this state and what's happened to it. And I'm not going to apologize for my loyalties to my state any more than any of us should apologize for our loyalties to being American and to exercise those same freedoms, rights, and responsibilities in our own backyard. And that's what these people are doing. And your job is to represent them. And let's work together to have a better plan, because we're going to need that food. We're going to need that water. And you can't be celebrating a Dollar General filled with Chinese items when we're destroying our own croplands. We're destroying our water. We can't celebrate that anymore. We've got to do things that are proactive in this state to develop industries that are sustainable. Tourism is not sustainable. It's not essential. Building new homes is not sustainable. It is not essential. You will never have to entice anyone to come to the state of Florida again. You know why? Because we are already great. But don't bring it down. We don't have room. I'd like to live in Bora Bora, but they're not exactly laying out a red carpet for me and paving their roads and building me a nice, affordable home there so I could live there. We don't have to roll out the red carpet. It is maybe a piece of heaven and a paradise that we have to preserve and we have to think smarter about. And this moving the FDAB line, which you know is going to lead to rezoning, we don't want it. We've spoken. Your job is to represent the people and make it happen. Thank you.
Mark Vandery. And then after Mark, Elizabeth Arnold.
Good morning. My name is Mark Vandery. Thank you for having this meeting. I've lived on Waterline Road, just a little bit west of here, for about 20 years. I've lived in the area for over 50 years. Seen a lot of change that everybody's talking about. I have to say that I've watched that FDAB line get moved further to the east the whole time I've been here. And I've seen some good things out of it, and I've seen a lot of negative things about it. I've watched the animals kind of disappear, and I've seen beautiful pastures and forests get clear cut and replaced by little houses of ticky-tacky. Some of y'all seem to like that sort of thing. To me, it's an eyesore. I think it's going to be the next future blight. After a couple of generations, those houses will be empty and run down, and you'll have nothing for it. As the folks have said, once you destroy it, it's gone. Once you clear cut it, you don't get it back. It's gone forever. I am in favor of holding the FDAB line where it is. I actually wished it had not even come as far as it has, but it is where it is. And I hear over these years all the time the BOCC and the planners saying, well, this is the law and the people have rights to their property. Their value is such and such, and we have to give them what they deserve, and they can clear cut their property and build houses full of ticky-tacky, and if they want to, that's their right. Well, the law is, in my mind, FDAB is where it's at now. Why don't you leave it there? Why don't you take the time between now and 2040 to figure out how to do better and smarter growth to where you can preserve more of the natural surroundings, give the animals more of a corridor to live in, because once you clear cut it, it's gone forever. You won't get it back. And I've heard a lot of discussion about how a community that stops growing is going to implode on itself. It's not going to sustain itself. I don't think that's true. I don't buy that. I think there is an equilibrium that can be reached and a compatibility with some development and some preservation. And right now, for the past 50 years, I've seen not a lot of preservation, a little bit, but I've seen a lot of development and overdevelopment and not very smart development either. In my mind, a successful species does not poop in their mess kit. And in my mind, that's exactly what we're doing in our own backyard. I think we need to stop that and do better. I know we can do better. You have time. Follow the law. You got till 2040 to figure it out. I think we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Elizabeth Arnold?
And thank you all for coming out here. I really appreciate it. Very sweet. I think
State your name, please, for the record.
Elizabeth Arnold.
Thank you.
I've lived in Mayaca for 10 years. I also own a house in Parrish, so I've seen what's happened to Parrish recently. I don't know if all of you had the pleasure of driving through places like North River Ranch.
Yeah, that will be coming up in the second portion.
Okay, and the soulless little boxes. My daughter rents in there, and so I have the pleasure of driving there. And if it wasn't for the fact she drove a police car, I wouldn't be able to find her house because all the cars look the same. So, or all the houses look the same. So it's pretty depressing. You can't really hardly see anything because the roofs, I mean, I could walk from roof to roof. And the houses are going up like mushrooms. They're going up so fast, it's unbelievable. And because she lives there, I know what the quality is, and it's less than stellar. My husband says we're building future slums today. And I think he's right. So I think it's important that we hold the line. Obviously, we need to protect the land and the wildlife. We keep seeing more and more of it lately because we're feeding it. And when it starts coming around, it looks pretty hungry. And when the new developments come in, they don't keep native wildlife or native grasses and bushes and things that they need. They plant pretty plants that the wildlife can't eat. So I think we need to start thinking about the wildlife, and clearly we need to think about the water and the quality of the water. And we also need to understand that people in town actually bring their kids out here to see the horses and the cows and the stars at night, because in town you don't see the stars at night nearly like we do out here. And until you've seen it, you don't even realize, oh my God, there's so many stars. But we need to focus on the redevelopment of the depressed areas, because right now everybody's chasing the shiny thing, the new thing out east. So we keep building out east and everybody sells out west, and out west starts sinking. And we have massage parlors and we have drug problems and we have other problems cropping up because instead of focusing on rebuilding, St. Petersburg is a good example where they actually rebuilt and they did things in the which would equate to the west here. They did things to make it easier to build bigger, better, nicer houses, duplexes on one lot and stuff to help the people to redevelop. And if you go to downtown St. Pete, it's thriving. So we could do that here. It would be good for everybody out west. It would be good for everybody out east because the east would maintain its own rural feeling, and the west would become a better place. And that's where all your infrastructure and everything is. The other thing, I had a couple of thoughts. I think it would be very nice if we had just 2 seconds, a zoning moratorium out east. And I also think it would be nice if we had a fee for taking down trees because builders clear cut everything. And off a golf course road, it was a mortal sin what they did out there. I think we should raise the fee from $200 to $1,000 to cut down trees so we don't have the destruction we used to. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to come forward on this particular item? Do we have any phone calls, sir?
Yes, ma'am. We have one caller. 605, 605.
Star 9.
605 knows how to do this.
Okay, hopefully you guys can hear me. This is Andra. I'm a Florida activist from Manatee County. I was out there with George at the town hall. I want to thank everybody for bringing this to Mayaca City. I think that means the world to the people out there. And also, you know, this is the reason why votes matter here in Manatee County. I want to thank everybody. I mean, I'm looking at this on the screen and I see all of you guys out there, and this is what it's truly about, and just it makes my heart melt to see everybody come out. I am opposed to moving this FDAB line. I'm opposed to moving this FDAB line because it's already been moved. This is our 2024 or 2040 line, and I think that we need to hold the line. These people are very concerned about their livelihoods, about their properties, and I think we need to create more incentives to move building west of that line. But as an activist, you know, I come out and tell my opinions of my thoughts. And, you know, part of that is also telling the truth and telling people what they don't want to hear. The bottom line is Florida statute prohibits anybody from stopping building. So this is a three-prong issue here, okay? So we have the Florida County Commissioners, the developers, and the homeowners, the property owners. So it's not all the developers' fault. It's not all the VOCC's fault. And it's not all the homeowners' fault either, but it's a combination of three. So without the sale of property, there would be no developers moving in. So I would suggest some of the people start working very hard to find other agricultural purchasers for these properties so they don't get in the hands of the developers in the first place. But I do not support the moving of the FDAB line for a host of reasons. And a lot of these folks came out today and they have said, you know, exactly how I feel about it. I'm not going to reiterate that. But I do want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for showing that you care for this community. And I tell you, I'm getting goosebumps just saying that because it really does melt my heart that you took your time and energy to go out there to see the people that vote for you. So with everybody, I love you guys. God bless you. I'm going to be fighting for you as an activist to keep that FDAB line where it is. But, you know, it's a three-prong issue. So we all have to do our part if we want to stop it from getting further out east. Thank you.
Any other phone calls?
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else, before I close public comment, anyone else want to come forward on this item? This is your day, your time. Okay, well, all right. I'm going to close public comment then, and I'll go to commissioners. Commissioner Whitmore?
I figured we should probably work our way down. First of all, I just want to thank everybody for coming. This is, since I've been in office, this is the second time we've done this, and you know, I think it's long overdue, so I'm glad we're doing this. First of all, power, you guys rock since you started. This is kind of what Parish Civic Association did. Gretchen's over there. They did years ago, and Cookie and Ben Jordan, and they wanted to be responsible for their own destiny. Power has met with me at my office. I think they've met with everybody. And it's good to have an organized group and not just have 10 different people come with 10 different ideas and nobody agrees. So it's hard for us to make a policy decision. There are over 10,000 a year that are coming to Manatee County. Somebody said 8,000. That a couple of years ago it was 10,000, so I'm sure there's more now. Somebody mentioned a zoning moratorium. As you all probably know, I used to be an elected official on the island. There are very strict parameters for moratoriums. You have to have a reason why, you have to have a begin date, you have to have an end date, and you just can't keep extending it. You just can't say because we want to, because it can be illegally challenged. So I wanted to explain that. Yes, we did start the urban core, and we've had hardly anybody take advantage of that. along 41 and areas like that for redevelopment. But we still are working hard on it. I do know one project that we've all been kind of asking about that may be coming in the future. We've had farmers approach us, met with us individually before anything has come on the books, who are land rich, and their kids have all moved away and done other professions, don't want to farm anymore. And, you know, they come before us and we have to listen. Florida is a very, very strict state as far as protecting property rights. So we listen to everything. So we hear it from both sides. Thank you, I didn't write your name down, to the gentleman for voting for the environmental lands, because I did too, and I'm the only one that probably admits it, but I am a strong Republican and I voted for it, and I knew what I was voting for, and I knew it would raise money. We just bought the King Ranch about last year or so we could build 44th. We paid $1 million an acre. So we are going to need monies to purchase future lands for conservation and preservation. So 71% of the voters, which was a large turnout on this last election, as you all know, voted for that. So I appreciate you stepping up and thanking us for that, and I'm glad you supported for it. Lake Manatee, I agree with what somebody said about the low density around Lake Manatee, Mr. Dean, I think it was. That's a good idea, and I'd like to hear more about that. The overlay district, when I did meet with Power, I did bring up the thought of doing an overlay district in Myakka. Well, I've talked to two different sides of Myakka. One doesn't want it and the other one does. So truth is, I mean, the power is for you all to get together and decide your destiny. Because what you're talking today, we understand. Hey, I've been here, as you know, a long time. I've always been told by Myakka, leave us alone. And we have. And recently, we say we want help and stuff like that. We've always been there for you. It's just like Cortez. You don't mess with Myakka, you don't mess with Cortez until they reach out to you. And I understand that 100%. But now you're wanting us to change the FDAB line. We haven't really discussed that. I know that's why we're here today. It's been drawn in the sand that we never do that since I've been in office. So it's good that we're hearing from you today. And, you know, I guess I didn't realize that Foxbrook was past the FDAB line. I don't know. I don't think I was in office when it was approved. I'm not sure. But,
Panther Ridge.
huh?
Panther Ridge.
Panther Ridge, yeah. So we have done exceptions about that. So anyway, I just want you to know, these are the notes I took. I appreciate everybody coming out. Mark, I always see you in a dress-up shirt. It's nice to see you in a Power shirt today. Never seen you look casual, and he's been coming before us for years. He lives on Waterline, so I didn't even recognize you except for the hair. So, so anyway, thank you for coming, and it was nice to hear from you, and we'll be, I'm interested to see what the other commissioners have to say, but that's what I've taken away so far from your speaking.
Commissioner Cruz. I asked him, he said no.
Okay, fair enough. All right, I'm assuming this is going to be a longer conversation. It's not a one bite at the apple thing, so I want to focus more on what people just said here, and then we can get to some thoughts and solutions next time around. I've been doing my best to make sure I was as educated as I could be on this. I think I've spoken to almost everyone in this room, at least the vast majority of people. I've had 3 different town halls or one meeting at PCA and then 2 town halls out here just to kind of take in more of I was coming out more to listen to everybody else as much as relay my opinions to everybody. And it's been extremely helpful both in getting my head around where everybody is here, but also hopefully kind of showing some of you where I am. So let's talk about a few things. One, I don't know if we're talking about moving the FDAB. I know that's what the signs say. They'll hold the line, but there's zero chance on the planet that anyone will ever convince me to move this line. That would make no sense to Manatee County. At the end of the day, the line serves 2 purposes. One's the urban sprawl. The second is just the economics associated with it. It's not my job. It's no one up here's job to maximize profit for developers or anybody for that matter At no point in time am I moving this line and then taking the taxpayer responsibility on infrastructure and utilities further out east. That line's there, and I'm not moving it. That said, we keep talking 2040. A lot of people are mentioning. I hate using years for anything. Years don't make sense. Sarasota did the same thing. I think it's 2050. Years implying this is how much time we have to run out, but it's not factoring in the real variable, which is the growth of population. We shouldn't be focusing on 2040 plans. We should be focusing on 500,000 resident plans. That's more relevant, because I ran a couple of numbers, and you mentioned the 20-year average prior to 1990, which is effectively when this line came in 1989. We were averaging 5,728 new residents per year over 20 years. That would have implied by 2040, based on about 2.3 people per house, that we would need about 125,000 homes. However, in the past 10 years, we've averaged 8,876 people. That's a substantial increase in terms of growth trend of population. So it kind of makes the 2040 not quite as relevant, because the reality is we've grown by 206,000 people since the FDAD was created in 1989. So by that logic, we're getting closer and closer to 2040 faster than 2040 is getting close to us. So there does need to be discussion on how we handle that, because part of what I see, and I had this discussion, and someone brought it up. Someone actually somebody commented that we as a county need to stop marketing the benefits of our county. This is literally said to me. We need to stop telling people all of the good things Manatee County has. We need to stop marketing our tourism in Manatee County, because then people are coming here. I'm never going to live any place where we're discouraging people from even wanting to come here. That you should be proud that we have a community you can market to people. That's why you all live here. That's why we all live here. Our job is to improve Manatee County, not lower the quality of life of Manatee County to discourage people from coming here, whether they're tourism or full-time residents. The key is, how do we handle that? Because I'm never going to support a zoning moratorium in any way, shape, or form. Zoning moratoriums never work. There's zero research that will ever prove that that's going to be successful in the long run. We had an unintended moratorium back in 2008, 9, 10, 11, when nobody could build because there wasn't financing for it. That's why we're behind the 8 ball today. That's why in the United States of America, the most recent report that just came out earlier this summer said the country as a whole is 5.5 million housing units short of supply-demand balance. It's why Manatee County has I think it's 15.8% increase in home value or home sale prices year over year in the past 12 months. We're pricing everyone, not just in Manatee County. This isn't a Manatee County specific problem. This is a Florida problem. This is a United States problem. This is any growing community's problem, that we're slowly pricing everybody out of the markets because of a supply-demand imbalance, and having things like moratoriums and rent controls and things that only make things worse. They don't make things better. Our job isn't to come up with the easy solution. That's the easy solution. Hey, let's just do a moratorium. But all I'm doing is kicking it down the road and putting some other board behind the 8 ball down the road. I'd rather come up with the reasonable solution now. And that's what we need to work on, because I said this while I was campaigning. I said this in my town halls. I've said this in other things. Smart growth is what you need. And I don't 100% agree with Power's definition of smart growth, because that was smart growth specific with an asterisk to smart growth for Myakka. Although I don't think it was incorrect, I don't think it's as inclusive of what smart growth is. Smart growth is putting people where it's economical to put people, where it's in the best interest of the community to put people. It's where people really want to be. And the reality is, people want to be close to their employment bases, close to services, close to places where they have limited traffic and ease of life. That's what we need to do. Myakka and every place out east is not smart growth, not because of urban sprawl, but it just doesn't make logical sense. You can't put affordable housing out here because we don't have transit, and then you have transportation costs of getting people in. We don't have employment bases out here. We don't have the services out here, which is why people talk about the roads being clogged up trying to get into town to take care of the services. We need to collectively, as a board, start looking at how we are going to meaningfully provide the housing and the services needed for Manatee County in places where they're supposed to be, not where it's convenient and cheaper to be for developers, because we do have a massive urban core. And I had Mayor Brown upstairs in my office a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying, "Oh, if I start building these buildings for you, you're going to lose your water view." And I said, "I will happily lose my water view if you build me these units downtown, because that's where people should be. We've got the infrastructure downtown. We got the services. We got the utilities downtown. They can walk to work and walk to restaurants. That's where we want them to be. We want them to be up along 41. We want them to be in the urban core. That's where we need to be focusing. And I don't think we've got the plan as a county to encourage that. We don't discourage it, but we don't encourage it. We need to start encouraging smaller units for those young professionals and single parent that are fine with 500 to 700 square foot units, but they're cost prohibitive due to how we structure our plans and our densities. We need to start encouraging redevelopment in West Bradenton. We've got a lot of older motels and units that could easily be redeveloped if we had more of a pseudo form-based code that would allow for retail with residential over it and more densities and smaller units to encourage that. If we can encourage things west of the line, we don't need east of the line. And people can push all they want and say, well, I want to go there because it's 40,000 acre versus 300. I don't care. That's not my problem. Again, my job is not to maximize your profit. It's to maximize the quality of life of Manatee County first and foremost. And that's where we need to be having these discussions. Because what I see is people want to build us the additional units out west, but we don't take advantage of what we have because people want to say people have private property rights. You have private property rights to the extent your property currently allows you to have those rights, and no more and no less. If you bought ag land, you have ag land. That is 100% your allowable private property rights as it stands today. Now you're asking me for something. You're asking me for something you don't currently have. And so that's out of the goodness of our hearts and the citizens' hearts to give you more. I don't owe you more. So we need to start having meaningful discussions about density bonuses. At no point in time should we just take someone from ag to R3 or R3 to R6 or R6 to R20 without getting something back in return. And there are ways of doing that. We have transferable development rights in our comp plan. We just don't use them the way we should be using them. And if you have transferable development rights and someone wants to come to me and say, I'm R3, I want to be R6 up on State Road 64, then you go out and you find 3 additional units someplace else to cover that additional bonus, because know what's going to happen? They're going to buy those development rights off someone else. That's going to permanently make that green space for Manatee County because they've now sold their development rights into perpetuity on that other piece of land. It starts creating conservation without it costing the taxpayers $1 and without us having to upzone anybody because they're going out and paying for that themselves. So, there are ways we can fix this. There are ways we can do things west of the FDAB line. I just think we need to have a meaningful discussion on how to do it smarter and wiser for the best interest of Manatee County. And that is not, in my opinion, as a lot of you know, it is not going east of that line.
I don't think I need to say anything. I'm going to go next, which is really kind of odd, but normally I go last. Mike is in my district. It pains me to even have this conversation. It pains me to be sitting up here listening to this conversation and knowing that somehow or the other we've gotten to the point now that we have to have it. I've heard a lot of things from some residents, and I just want to say I didn't have to have any town halls. Commissioner Cruz is fairly new. I'm not. I already knew where MIACA stood. I already knew how MIACA thinks. And I will tell you that I've always felt the same way. I've never voted for any development that infringes on MIACA. I never have, and I won't. I'm glad that we're having the discussion today, really. I mean, we do need to have the discussion. I hadn't really thought about 2040, so I thank Alan for bringing that up. It is something we need to discuss, and it needs to be discussed with the residents of Manatee County as a whole. I heard someone mention fire stations. Garrett, I'm not sure where you are right now, but I see you. First of all, Myakka was very smart in approving the merger of the Myakka Fire Station and the East Manatee Fire District. It is going to mean great things for Myakka. And plus, most of you are going to see lower rates on your taxes for it. You're getting new fire stations. You're getting a lot more personnel. You're getting a lot of new equipment to fight fires. We just got an ambulance not long ago in Myakka. So things in Myakka are changing, but it's in a change that we need. Has there been some growth in Myakka? Yes, but it's been according to what was already approved. There's nothing wrong with a house on 5 acres of land. I think that's pretty good. I heard the word diversity, and I thought that was humorous, and I'll tell you why. Saying that we need to diversify is not new. I know, because in 2010, 2011, when I started running for this position to be your county commissioner, I talked about diversity and how we need diversity, and we need to get away from just tourism and real estate. I still believe that. And we've come a long way over the years. We have a lot of new headquarters of businesses, corporate headquarters that have moved to our area. With that, it adds to the people that live here when we have headquarters come here. But the thing of it is, we do deserve, and I say we, because I am you, we deserve to be able to have Myakka as we know it, because that's why you moved here. That's what it's all about. That's part of the diversity that I fought for and I've always fought for. Because to me, you've got north of 75, or not north, west of 75, and it's a whole different ballgame. You've got beautiful beaches. You've got so many sports performance things going on there. You've got wonderful sports that you can go to anytime you want. West of 75. Out here, we have a lemur preserve. We have elephants. We have bears. I mean, that's part of Myakka. That's what Myakka is all about. And ironically, most people don't even know that that's all out here, because they don't experience Myakka because it's not what they want in their lives. And that's okay. It's called diversifying. Some people like it, some people don't. I don't want to see Myakka change. But I have enough sense to know that sooner or later, it is going to change. And it's a matter of this board making some good decisions and standing by them. It's not going to be easy, because you see, not everybody agrees that lives in Myakka. Not everybody agrees that they want to continue with Myakka being the way it is. A lot of people, they're getting up older and they want to sell their property because that's their retirement. And that makes it very tough. And that's where your zoning rules come into effect. I heard the word overlay. That's nothing new. I tried to do that right after I was first elected. I can tell you now that John Barnott can vouch for me on that, because I remember talking to him about it when I first got elected. Because you see, most people don't know this either. John Barnott ran for this position that I'm in right now back in '04. Now he's the director of the building department. He was, I think, with utilities then, right? I think. But that being said, not all people want their property in an overlay. And I've met with Power. I was at one of their first meetings. I talk to them all the time. I praise them for getting out there and representing the people. An overlay would be a great thing, but it's not going to save all of Myakka. We have staff members, Mike Gore, that lives in Myakka. A lot of us don't want to see Myakka change. So we need to work together to figure out the best solutions possible. Because Myakka is lovely, it's wonderful, and God, I can't imagine it being different. Roads. Let's talk about roads. I'm going to pick at Garrett again. He talked about roads need to be paved. He talked about how bad State Road 70 and 64, I think it was you, Garrett, okay. Here's the thing. State Road 70 and State Road 64 are state roads. And I got to tell you that I have fought and fought and fought. Some of the staff members in this room right now can tell you. For State Road 70 at Verna Bethany and Bethany. And what we have now is that, lo and behold, we're going to make Verna and Verna Bethany meet. They're on State Road 70, so either a roundabout, and I know y'all hate roundabouts, but so be it. Either a roundabout or a stoplight's going to go up in there because there have been so many serious accidents, serious injuries, fatalities at that intersection. It's right in front of the fire station, practically. We got some fire commissioners in the room right now who know exactly what I'm talking about. They've seen those accidents. They've responded to those accidents. So State Road 64 is getting redone. So is State Road 70. State Road 70 is going to be 4-laned. Is it going to be tomorrow that all of it's done? No, it's too expensive. It's going to be done in phases, but that's a done deal. DOT is moving forward. Is that going to make the roads out here better? Yes. But the ones that aren't paved, I might remind you, and I can't change this, for those that are on roads that are not paved, that wasn't because of the county. You chose to move there. You chose not to want to have a paved road. We didn't cause that. You bought there. However, are we changing the way that we handle our dirt roads? Are some of them going to be paved? Yes. I can tell you this board, for the first time in my 9 years on this board, we have moved forward with the biggest infrastructure situation that we've ever done, that this board's ever seen. We did an $80 million line of credit to start design work. And as soon as we start those projects, we're going to bond $300 million to improve the roads in Manatee County. This should have been done years ago, but it's being done now because of this board and moving forward. And I thank all of them for doing that, for standing up and doing the right thing, because it is the right thing to do. Do we have issues? Yes. We're growing leaps and bounds. I'm probably in an area right now in Myakka where the most of you were born and raised in Myakka. But anywhere else you go, that's not the case. I wasn't born here, but man, I sure feel like I was. This is my home and has been for a long time. Transit. I don't ever want to see transit in Myakka. Good grief. Can you see buses going up and down the roads here? No. I stand with you, as I always have. This isn't politics for me. This is my home. But we need all of you to work with us and help us too. This isn't something that we can just do all by ourselves, because we don't all agree on what needs to be done. And when I say we, that's all the residents of Manatee County as a whole. So help us. I think you've heard so far that, most of us don't want to see a huge change. But there is going to be change because we have people moving here that we've got to make sure they have homes. Do I think we need to totally change Myakka? No. Would I ever vote to do that? No. And I hope this board, I hope there's 3 others that feel the same way. But that's kind of where I am right now. Just so you know, I was a little bit upset when I found out that this workshop was going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning. Because again, most of the people in Myakka work. Not all of Myakka are retired. You go to Lakewood Ranch, I'm one of the few people that work, and Charlie, he lives in Lakewood Ranch and he's working. But there aren't many of us. We're rare in Lakewood Ranch. But most of my ACA still work. So I'm hoping, I suspect we'll have more of these meetings before it's all said and done. I can tell you, I'm not going to vote for anything right now today after this meeting. I think we need more discussion. We need to find good solutions. My friend Alan Jones was absolutely point on with what he said. It is discussions that we need to start having. We need to make some decisions. And by God, all of the citizens of Manatee County need to be included in those decisions. So we stand together, and we need to work together to find a solution. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank all of you all for coming out here. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the input. I'm going to be much more brief than my colleagues thus far. And I see Commissioner Servia has several pages to read, so I'll be brief. So I do support, I'll just run through a few things here. I do, if an overlay is what MIACA wants, then I support that. Of course, I support a more diverse economy in my district out west. Tourism sort of rules the day, and then we have an awful lot of tradesmen who are building these houses out east. You know, I don't live out east in urban sprawl, but a lot of people like that, and an awful lot of people in my district are feeding their families and putting a roof over their heads by working for, you know, the evil developers, but they're certainly, you know, again, feeding their families with it. But I'm all for a more diverse economy, because if it wasn't for tourism and growth, there wouldn't be many jobs in my district. As far as building roads, you know, we don't get the impact fee money until the person gets the CO for their house, and so that tends to create an automatic delay. But we have decided to bond, and we are going to build $350 million worth of roads. And if nothing else, hopefully this board at the end will be known as, you know, the road board. With the pandemic, there were shortages of supplies, and the building slowed down. And there was an impact in my district with housing prices and obviously people's ability to work, because people are moving here in droves. I think Commissioner Bellamy and I are the only two up here who were born at Manatee Memorial. My dad was, I think yours was as well. So anyway, point is, people are moving here like crazy. And it's a great place to live. We have low taxes. We have a beautiful environment. We have good weather. We have low crime. And, you know, there are people who live up north in these cities and states that are controlled by Democrats with high crime and high taxes, and they want the heck out of there. And so they're moving down here in droves, which good for them, right? We're going to make money off of them and let them, but we can't stop them, is the point. They want to move to, you know, beautiful Florida, and we can't put a gate up at I-75 and keep them from coming off the exit. But as they've been coming, and as, you know, there have been some supply chain issues with building out in these developments, a lot of people started to come west. And the result of that has been prices going absolutely through the roof in the west side of town. And I live in Point West, which is right next to Village Green. Most of you are familiar with Village Green. 3-2 in Village Green is going for $500,000. Who in their right mind ever thought that would be the case? And it's because there's nothing to buy out east, or you have to wait a year, you know, to get into a, you know, for your place to be built out east. So they come west. And so there is an impact, and it does, when that happens, you know, that puts a person's ability, you know, average folks' ability to buy a home, and I'm a realtor, so this sort of strikes home with me. So the average person's ability to achieve the American dream of home ownership, it puts it totally out of reach for a huge segment of our population. You know, all those Yankees that are coming down here, they got plenty of money, they can still afford it, but people that live here and work here, born here, they can't, and that matters. We have a housing shortage. You know, the Association of Realtors is constantly telling us we have about 2 weeks supply of houses, and that's been going on for several months now. And when that's the case, supply and demand, you know, prices do go through the roof. I haven't taken a position on this FDAB line. I'm just telling you there's more to it than what we've heard today, because, You know, I respect Myakka and I love Myakka, but I represent the west side of town. And as much as I appreciate you all wanting to build out every square inch of green space in my district, before you'll allow one more house to be built out here, I'm going to say no thanks. So they're just saying there are two sides to all of it. I do want to protect Myakka. I think Panther Ridge on State Road 70, I think Alan Jones had a really valid point. North and south of the Manatee River, there's a big difference. You know, as you head out east on 70, when you hit Panther Ridge, you're getting all these 5 and 10 acre plots on an HOA. I can't fathom anyone is going to say we should jump over Panther Ridge and do urban sprawl east of Panther Ridge. I think that's your natural buffer that already exists there. As you get north of the river, obviously things are a little different. Of course, you have the Swift Mud property, which is going to create a boundary there as well. So I don't think it's as cut and dry as just moving the line. I don't think it's quite that simple, but I don't think it's as simple as building out every square inch of green space in my district either before we allow anything to come further east. So anyway, I'm still on the fence here, but at least you have an idea of where I stand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Serbia, I'm thinking that I'm seeing a lot of people getting up, so I'm thinking we probably need to take a 10-minute recess. Commissioner Serbia, would you be okay with that?
Oh, I think that's a great idea, and I'm glad Commissioner Van Ostenbridge was very brief. Yes. Let's take a break.
Well, Commissioner Serbia, I might add, you might want to consider that when we get back from recess. Thank you. We're in recess for 10 minutes. Told you already. All right, we're going to start back. Everybody take a seat, please. Hello, Commissioner Whitmore. You are needed up here. They forgot the gavel. I know. He's fixed. All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and start back again, and that will commence with Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I want to thank everyone for coming out today and for the church for hosting us. It's a great location to have a public meeting. And yes, I take notes, but I promise I'm not going to read all of my notes, so don't worry. So those of you who don't know me, I want you to know this. I'm a native Floridian. I have been in this area my entire life, and I've spent a lot of time in Mayaca as a kid, mostly as a kid and growing up. I don't spend a lot of time out here these days. But I love the area very much, and I understand why you do too. I've seen Florida change, of course, over the years. You know, I have all these stories that I share constantly about when US 41 was a 2-lane road down in South Sarasota, and we would stop in the middle of it, and we would pick up turtles that were crossing the road and take them out to Mayaca. So, yeah, things have changed a lot. And the challenge for us up here is to manage the change, because we can't stop the change. And I guess that's my background in urban planning. For 30 years, I was an urban planner, both for the public sector and the private sector in this region. So I feel like I know this area very well. I know the special places in this area and understand why they need to be protected. You know, Manatee County is growing fast, and Madam Chairman was correct. It's more like 10,000 residents a year. It's a lot of people coming here, and we are a coastal community, and I think that makes it even more important, the way that we manage growth, because we're so close to the coast. And you know, the future development area boundary is something that is probably the most important planning tool that we have in urban planning. You know, you decide where are you going to draw the line in the sand, because we have to plan with the tax dollars for all of the infrastructure that's needed. And that's just not roads and utilities, but that's law enforcement and libraries and schools and everything that's needed to make a community function and safe. You know, I was around back when both studies were done. Imagine Manatee was a 2004 study. I worked for the county at that time. And then How Will We Grow was 2011, and I was on the private sector at that time, but it was involved in both of those. I loved Lisa's presentation because I didn't know how many acres we had vacant west of the FDAB. So about 23,000 acres vacant and about 100,000 lots available west of that boundary, which equates to about 40 years of development. Wow. Now, are those lots easy to develop? Not always. And that's, you know, part of the pressures that we experience is that the land that's east of the FDAB is cheaper and easier to develop than the land west of the FDAB. That's part of the struggle, and that's the market. So I have a question that Lisa can think about. You don't have to answer it right now, but we saw on the map the areas outlined in blue, which were areas that are slowly developing, but there were some colored areas that weren't outlined in blue. And so my question is, do they have a general development plan approval or just future land use map change? I was trying to understand what that meant. So I listened to all of you, and like I said, I always appreciate the public comment. I heard Kathleen Strong, Butterfly Kathleen, talk about being angry about the SMR comp plan amendment. And I will say this, the reason that decision was easy for me is because I looked at that that contiguous property next to the SMR development, right next to it, as having no risk to the citizens and the taxpayers, because all the utilities, all the infrastructure, everything would be paid for through the stewardship district and wasn't going to come back and be an economic problem for Manatee County. So that was why I voted in favor of that one. Norman Stockton talked about the rural nature that he enjoys out here, 30-year resident. Yeah. And that's important to maintain. I love the power group as well. I'm glad you guys are organized, and I heard Meredith Barker ask the question, why now? That is the question. Why now, and if not now, when? Because I'm not somebody who's going to tell you we're never going to move the line, because the line will move. But does it have to move now, or is later a better option? I heard Alan Jones talk about his farms and the difficulty that farmers are experiencing with NAFTA, and what does 2040 and 2050 look like? Those are valid, important questions to think about, and that's how planners think. We're always thinking 50 years ahead, and then we back it up to 30 years ahead, and then we look at the short-term stuff at 5 years ahead. But you got to have that vision to always be looking far out and close up to understand how everything's coming together. William Hine talked about the land preservation tax and how that was so important to him. And, you know, this line in the sand does have an impact on environmental lands. It does. You know, as land is developed, they're not making more land. So once it's developed, it is developed. David Dean, I think, had the only contrary opinion, and he thought holding the line isn't realistic. I think I heard him say it should be moved now. And his point was 5 and 10 acre tracts do more damage than planned development projects. Well, there is some truth to that. When you master plan a development, you look at it with vision, and you're able to plan for all the needs of that community at that time. But you've also got to think of the timing of that development and where it lies within the entire county. I heard Keith Ludwig talk about once the ag land is gone, it's gone. Yep, and we just talked about that. And Garrett Ramey was interesting, his comments, that he lives in Myakka, and he hates that he has to drive into town for the doctor and the traffic, and there's no fire station and no paved roads. But remember, if you want those amenities close to you, you've got to move closer to the city. And if you don't want those amenities, that's when you move out to the country. I mean, that is the trade-off you're going to have.
No, please. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you.
Carol Feltz, I couldn't agree more, thanking the residents for being here, because I will tell you that being involved in this process, engaging yourselves and having your voice heard is the most important thing you can do. And your county officials are listening to you. It is never wasted time. We have to work together. Florida is changing, but don't forget, it's not just one thing that we're talking about. It's not just the FDAB line. It's so many layers of issues that we have to talk about, and the market is one of them. Mark I'm sorry, Mark. Okay. I can't read my writing, but I did listen to you. You talked about private property rights, and it's true. The state of Florida has very, very strong private property rights. That's at the state level. So if you're unhappy with the state's laws, talk to the state representatives, because in some cases, the county has to follow. Well, not in some cases. The county always has to be consistent with state law as we develop our local laws. So just please don't forget that. So yes, smart growth is important, but it has to be compliant with state law. Elizabeth Arnold talked about houses being too close together and how she didn't like that, but a lot of people do like that. A lot of people want small houses and, you know, not a lot to maintain, and there's a market for that. But where should those houses go? That's what we need to focus on. You know, I represent the urban core area. I'm in South County. So I think she even mentioned massage parlors. It's one of the biggest challenges I have in my district, is trying to eliminate nuisance businesses like massage parlors that aren't really massage parlors. And when you talk about St. Pete and how they redeveloped, I remember when St. Pete was where all the old people lived. When I was a kid, nothing was going on there. It was a dead city. Nobody wanted to go to St. Pete. And now look at it. Thriving, very, very young population, and they have so much to offer. But remember, they're a city. It's easier to redevelop a city that's small. When you're talking about a county that's so big, it's a little bit different because you have more geographic area. Moratorium is not something that is really a good growth management tool. So I know we heard that a couple of times, but there's a lot of laws that regard moratoriums, and I won't get into the details here, but you can call me and we'll talk through why moratoriums don't really work well. Okay, so FDABs are the fiscally responsible way to grow. Okay, we have to remember that. There's a big fiscal component here of that line in the sand. Holding the line, though, has some consequences, and I think of my colleague, George Cruz over there. It can increase housing prices if you hold it for too long, and then, you know, we struggle for affordable housing. If we don't have enough housing, the market takes control and all the housing prices rise, and then nothing's affordable. So that's just another layer of all these things that we have to balance in thinking about this question. I personally believe we need many more incentives for redevelopment, and we need higher densities in the urban core. In my district, Manatee County made that leap, and we have increased densities. I think, you know, you can even go up to 7 stories on certain roadways, up to 30 units per acre, but I will tell you it's not enough. There are areas that we should be looking at much higher densities so that we can accommodate the growth and not impact the eastern portion of the county. I guess those are all of my notes that I wanted to go through, but I always like to offer that even though I represent District 4, I believe I represent Manatee County always. And so any of you that are outside of District 4 can always call me and we can brainstorm. Carol Feltz does that regularly. Or if you have any questions I can answer with my planning background, I'm available to you. But I thank you very much for being here.
Did you talk about George Cruz? I'm just... Commissioner Satcher.
Positively. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone, for being here. This is like being at home, a piece of home here, and thank you to Pastor Glass for having us. So especially when it comes to something as practical as land zoning, I do try to think through the nuts and bolts and what's going to be smart and what's going to help us all in the future and what's going to ensure that our children have a nice place to live and grow up in. And so that's what I've been doing. And actually, as it became closer to my turn, I had an epiphany. There's one commissioner that I've always seen as the swing vote on a lot of things. And I started going through the votes that I had won and lost when it comes to land use. And so I lost the vote on increasing density and adding more units on Erie Road. And man, that one still stings. I voted against that. It got approved. I lost the vote of increasing density on Moccasin Wallow. I voted against it. It still got approved. But then I thought about some of the ones where outside of concession seemed kind of, honestly, to me, I mean, I ended up voting one way, but I think with the commission, we kind of all decided, okay, and we went all together on it. But it was actually a close vote, I feel like. And I kind of felt bad for the people that own concession because I was like, they're just trying to do, 2 per acre right there. It's not end of the world. And then the triangle, it got voted against. And I had an epiphany.
Uh-oh.
The epiphany is that the swing vote is not who I thought it was. I think it might be Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. Every one of those votes that I lost,
I was sweating it.
the votes that I lost, because when we say, I'll never move the line, but the text amendment passed, you realize, everyone here needs to realize, and there's elections every 2 years and 4 years, so you can address that, but with this commission sitting right here, the text amendment passed, and I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus or anything like that, but it did pass, but then there's other things that have not gone through, and so what might be smart for us to do is to go with the nuts and bolts, play with the hand you're dealt, and try to figure out as we move forward, what are something that might be able to do to make things more reasonable and more livable. And, where could we have some agreement? In fact, the text amendment I voted against, but as I digested it later on, as the weeks go by since, I was like, well, if I was going to lose a vote that moves things in that direction, maybe that was the least harmful vote. And I think that might have been kind of what the staff was thinking. And I'm going for clarity over agreement here. Everyone understands, so I understand that. And so having said all that, I want to say that some of the things that Mr. Dean said, even if you don't agree with everything he said, very smart way to be thinking. What could we do? What could we change? What if we want to transition in a different direction? What could we use to do that, to make that a livable, workable area? I'm in District 1. I'm in Parish, and it's grown fast. And some of the things that we tried to do, we'll talk about them this afternoon, but I think some of them haven't necessarily worked. And so maybe we could learn from that and go forward with that. And so those are my thoughts just as we move forward is, first of all, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge is the swing vote.
Big flip-flop.
And so, and then, of course, that could change everything that comes to, there's a lot of different factors that we weigh. And then second of all, I do think we need to think about what is going to be workable that might make our community stay as nice. And I love the country from the country, and so I am all for preserving as much of it as possible. I also understand that property rights are a big deal here in Florida and in the United States of America. I mean, it's in our founding documents, and so it is a big deal. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Commissioner Bellamy, are you sure you want to go next? You're not
really.
the swing vote, so it's okay.
I'm not the swing vote. And
No.
I'm sure all of us are curious on Commissioner Van Ostenbridge's next response.
The pressure's on.
With his personality, I'm sure there's more to come with that right there. A couple of things. I've been out to Mayaca twice. I came out and met with Ms. Phelps, and then I actually came out and met with the power group. At that time, I think Mr. Taylor was at that meeting, and at that meeting, the conversation was more like, what are our opportunities to say what the win-win? How can we listen to power and listen to Taylor and find out? And I think that conversation went very, very well at that meeting. And it put me in a situation where I felt like if people come together and have those tough conversations like you're recommending and putting things on the table, it'll better help the county move forward, and especially when you start talking about quality of life. But when you talk about quality of life in Mayaca is a little bit different than quality of life in the individuals that live on Cortez, and obviously it's a little bit different for the individuals that I represent. So there's when you talk about quality of life, there's diversity in that. However, on the break, there's an individual that's here that I ran into, and he kind of reminded me on how I got where I am. He didn't say it. He just kind of reminded me. Yes, and he probably doesn't want me to say this, but I'm going to say it. And his name is Phil Upton. He's the freshman football coach at Manatee when I actually quit. I quit freshman football. And then when I came back, I had to go and talk to him. And he basically, welcomed me back, but gave me some words like, if you're going to be here, give me what you got. And that's the way I am in life. If I'm going to be involved with something, I'm going to, give what I have. And that speech, and I just told him thank you, and I always tell the people that impacted my life thank you. That speech is kind of where we are right here with this conversation. We're going to have some tough conversation. And I made a statement, is how long do you think we're going to be able to go without moving that line? And obviously, when you start talking about moving the line, there's a lot of conversation that has to come up. And, just listening to the power group and thinking about the potential impact on the environment, we're talking about the mines, the habitat, the conservation parks, and all those different things. I mean, we have a lot of work to do. As representatives, we want to hear from you all and want to make sure that we are serving you all and making the best and most informed decision as we possibly can. Where I am is more listening, and I commend Commissioner Cruz as far as his tenacity and where he's continuously out and he's involved in getting in front of this particular issue, and his work ethic as an at-large commissioner continues to be impeccable, to make sure that when he comes back, he gives us, like a full detailed information, and that gives us a better opportunity to come and go. My concerns, as when we start talking about the roads, I mean, the infrastructure and doesn't be impacted with the roads until you actually have the development to take place. And that kind of puts us in a real difficult situation. And where you all think you're concerned about 64 and 70, I guarantee you if you listen to some of the other at-large commissioners, some of the district commissioners within their particular districts as far as their concerns with the roads. And that's why Kelvin just gave us the label as far as the road commissioners. And I think that's going in the right direction. One thing I want to talk about is I didn't know that we had 100,000 lots west of the line. And that's great information. But I do want to make sure that it's clear, yes, I did vote for the text amendment. But to be honest with you, the reason why I voted because I felt like it's like Commissioner Satcher just said, is the least harmful. It didn't really put anything at risk or anything like that. It gave us an opportunity to look at things from a different perspective. So I also thought about when we have that conversation, if we have that conversation of movement, we start talking about, one guy said a low density buffer around Lake Manatee, and I think that's something that we possibly should look at. However, with the passion that's in the room and the consideration, it's very clear that you kind of have both sides. You have some people looking from different perspectives. My approach, and this is what I told the citizen, and I'll just call him Coach Upton because that's who he is to me, is, you want to know why I didn't speak, and the reason why is because the two at-large commissioners and the district commissioner, obviously are the ones that have the ear of the community. And in my opinion, my responsibility is listening and to gather as much information as I can, so I can make sure that I make an informed decision. That being said, I very seriously doubt if we will draw a conclusion on anything today. I very seriously doubt that. But I do think one of the things that I applaud all of us in the room on is for us to come together, right, and be able to respectfully and professionally put our opinions or facts out there so, again, we can find ways to collectively move forward. The last thing I know is, one thing that Commissioner Cruz says, we're getting closer to 2040 than 2040 is getting to us. And that's because of our growth. So if we want to take a little ownership, let's look at that phrase and say, okay, we need to make sure whatever we do, we come together collectively and find a way how we can get this accomplished. and go from there. So that's just me for right now, and I'll continue to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, anyone want to add to what they've said? Commissioner Whitmore?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. The Taylor Fulton, I'm glad that they met with the power group. And the U-Lines and the Taylors have known each other 50 or 60 years. And I'm sure you heard the history also that they've known each other that long, and that property, U-Lines are, and for those of you who don't know, they are SMR. That's the owners of that property. So this property had been owned by them for years and years. And kind of like what you'd heard, it was literally 20 feet from the sewer and the water, the project that the text amendment got approved. But Mr. Dean, you know, he's been sending us emails, and they're very interesting, and I'm sure you're all getting them, because I think he's sending them to us individually, so I don't know who gets them and who doesn't. We got all getting them. Okay, so he brought up, the first letter he wrote was very, very interesting, and he lives, this project that we just approved, the text amendment, I'm not sure how far away it is from Mayaca, like 12 miles or something like that, or longer, 22, I'm not sure. But he brought up a good point to all of us, and he said, would I rather have 600, 700 individual homes with septic and sewer, or would I rather have it hooked up to water and sewer from the county, environmentally? And he brought up some other very good points, and then he wrote us a letter a couple days ago. So I just want to thank you for your thoughtfulness, because and really and truly, I think you wrote that you had been to the one of the town halls at Commissioner Cruz, but I don't know if you've been to any of the power meetings, but I think you have a really good insight. You know, you've heard up here, it's going to change someday. We don't know when, though. We all got the message of what you guys want, and so far we haven't, none of us have changed that thought. The contiguous that somebody brought up here, that's a good analogy of looking at it. So I just wanted to, you know, we have dialogue with the community, and you all have some good ideas. When we hear, forget it, no way or the highway, and then they walk away with no solutions, that doesn't help us. And we don't know if they're speaking for themselves or 500 or 600 people. So again, that's why I keep going back to the power group, because I think you need to, hopefully you can get some more people from Mayaca to join it. And again, I told you there's a physician out here that I gave him your information about, because he's wants to be involved too. And he has horses and he lives out here too. So again, I wanted to thank Mr. Dean for sending those to us, because again, they were very, very thoughtful, and they came up with some solutions. And I still like the idea around our lake guys, and in the future, when we come and talk about this, about what we allow along our drinking source, water source, and decreasing the density around there, if that ever happens. So again, this is just a listening. This is like what we did in Parrish. And then what happened with Parrish, they decided to do an overlay. They got together with county staff, and they gave us updates as they went along. And then the final outcome came to us to approve. And we had that place with a lot of parish citizens that supported it. There were a few that didn't, but most of them did. And again, they were responsible for their destiny. So I still believe in that. I want to hear from you guys. And when I'm hearing, I've heard it a few times now, we have one group that has nothing to want to do with the power group, because they don't agree with everything. Well, there's such a thing as compromise and working together and come up with a good outcome. So that's what I would ask you all to do. Thank you.
Commissioner Cruz, and then John Barnott would like to add something.
Yeah, just real quick on a couple of things. You know, it sounds like everyone up here is somewhat on the same page, but this still got transmitted. I mean, at the end of the day, the way I looked at this transmittal was basically taking away the urban sprawl portion of this line. It's basically saying that the portion of our comp plan that says anything east of the line is designated urban sprawl kind of goes away, because we're saying you can go east of the line. Now we're really retaining is the economic benefit of the line. So that's why I voted against it, because to say this is reasonable because it's only 20 feet from sewer. Well, guess what's going to be 20 feet from sewer next? The piece immediately to the east of wherever we bring the sewer in. You're endlessly going to be 20 feet away from sewer. I think that's not a good way of looking at this. You know, I do look at the north and south. I'm just trying to answer some of what people say. I do look at north and south dramatically different. North is economic, south is lifestyle. There's not a whole lot of people out in Duet and I'm not saying there's none, but there's not a whole lot. You're not having the same encroachment north of the lake as you do south of the lake. I think they're two mutually exclusive discussions on how you handle this line. Because at the end of the day, you know, as Commissioner Servia said, you know, there's a supply-demand issue, and then she mentioned me because I do care about the cost of our housing and our affordable housing, but here's the difference. There's long-term solutions and short-term solutions. Building east of the line is a long-term solution to affordable housing because how that works is you build more supply and it trickles down. People move into that new supply, opening up their houses, and so on and so forth, and it starts eventually years and years and years down the road. It trickles all the way down to somebody being able to move into what's now the affordable unit because the Class C moved to B and B moved to A and A moved to a small house and all the way up to the house out east. That's a very long-term solution, and that's not a solution to our affordable housing. Short-term, real fixes is a solution to affordable housing, not just endlessly building supply wherever it's available under the guise of if you build more, it's going to eventually create affordable housing somewhere down the pipeline. We need, as I said before, we need to focus on our density, our heights, our unit sizes. We need to start focusing on our urban cores. Until we all sit down with staff and with ourselves and come up with meaningful solutions to creating this housing west of the line where it's supposed to be, I don't see why we're having this discussion. Yes, we're getting closer to 2040, but we're not there tomorrow. There is time. We've afforded ourselves some level of time, whether it's 6 months or 1 year or 10 years, to resolve this problem before we have to start focusing on this line. And really what we're fighting is, how do we get what we need? Smaller units, like Commissioner Satcher said, he disagreed with some of our decisions relative to Erie and Moxonwall from a density standpoint. Well, I voted in favor of this because I think that was, once the infrastructure's in and we are actively working on it with our bonding, that's where it should be. You know, we approved up on Mendoza an increase in density. That was right on right on I-75. That's where you should have multifamily. That's how buffers work. That's where multifamily goes. And if I can get more units there and more housing there, then I need less housing here. And that's where we should be focusing instead of endlessly fighting NIMBYism. We got a church right now out west contemplating affordable housing, and people are pushing back on that because it's green space with affordable. Well, where do you want us to put it? I could put 96 units right here where we stand today on this church. That's not reasonable or realistic. That's not where affordable housing goes. That's not where any housing should go. So I think we as a community to understand we need to all work together to grow Manatee County in a way that makes sense for everybody. So, you know, that's kind of where I am on it. I don't agree with transmitting it in the first place. I don't agree with we need to start building here tomorrow. And if we're going to, if this ultimately gets approved, again, to everyone, I've said this to a few, that doesn't rezone anything. When this comes back in the fall, all that does is add text to our comp plan that theoretically allows somebody to come in and now make a proposal for rezoning without falling under the guise of urban sprawl. That's effectively what this works out to in the long run. And if we're going to have that discussion, I would like us to be discussing how density bonuses work, how transferable development rights work. I don't fundamentally, if it gets approved, you know, I'm not adverse to some of the discussions had relative to buffers where maybe the first stretch of it's 1 acre per parcel and then it goes to 3 acres and then it goes to 5 acres and you effectively create a long-term permanent buffer between Lakewood Ranch and Mayaca. You know, there are solutions to this, but you know, I think we need to be having discussions on the solutions before we do anything with this line rather than after we do it, because I promise you, once this text amendment goes through, we're going to start getting flooded with these zoning requests, and we better be prepared to answer them in an intelligent way.
Mr. Barnott, did you have something that you want to add, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I think Commissioner Cruz just summed it up. I want to make sure everybody understood that Commissioner Satcher was talking about an approval of a text amendment. The approval was to transmit that text amendment and not the final approval.
Right. Right. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the subject of being the swing vote,
How did I know? He's back.
I judge each project on its merits, and that's how I make those decisions. I felt like some situations, like the concession, where they're trying to put a round peg in a square hole, where, when I looked at the Taylor property, it is contiguous to Lakewood Ranch. It wasn't going to cost us anything as far as utilities. It wasn't going to cost us anything as far as roads, and it was just a continuation of a master planned community, which is ultimately, I don't live in Lakewood Ranch. It's not my cup of tea, but you can't argue that it's one of the best things that's happened to Manatee County, certainly in my lifetime, and kept a lot of people working. So anyway, just sort of, I judge each case on its merits. In the west side of town, water quality is a top priority for us. Tourism is our #1 industry over there, and we need clean water for that to happen. And so I would throw in the caveat, as we're talking about moving services, including sewer, eastward, that these parcels are going to ultimately get broken up and they're going to get sold off. The Taylor property, let's use that as an example, is 3,500 acres. If that were to all become 5-acre plots, each of those with a septic tank, you're looking at 700 additional septic tanks.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's something to consider, and Alan Jones references less density around the lake, around Lake Manatee. That's all Faulkner's property. He has a huge amount of property, and that's an awful lot of septic tanks that we could have surrounding Lake Manatee. So, I would feel more comfortable in West Bradenton if there was sewer surrounding that, and we didn't have all the septic fields, running off. So something to consider there. And then back to building out every square inch of West Bradenton before we move any further. We're talking about a church that's been there for 50 years in the middle of a neighborhood, and we can't even have a field in the middle of a neighborhood that's been there for 50 years that, generations of kids have gone to play and hang out in. We can't even get retain our one field, because that's where high density should go, is in the middle of that neighborhood. So, West Bradenton, we have our opinions as well, and we enjoy our green spaces as well. I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. It is good to have you back. I'm next, and then Commissioner Servia after me. This really is about quality of life. I mean, that's what it's about, and it is the duty of this board to listen to the constituents and hear where you're coming from, what your thoughts are, and what you'd like to see or not see. And then we go into debate. And I'm sure that you've heard this board many times have heated debate and sometimes just good discussion. But the bottom line is, and Commissioner Whitmore and I have talked about this many times in the past, the main thing is that at the end of the day, you leave the dais without any hard feelings. That's not always easy, but we do it. I'm sorry? Oh.
I said we try to do it.
Thank you. I couldn't hear.
That wasn't.
The problem is that once we start allowing development, it's going to be more and more. Commissioner Cruz was correct. This is only 20 feet from sewer. Okay, well, then after that one's built, then there'll be another one. It's only 20 feet from sewer. That is what we're going to see. That is what's going to happen. So that is why it is absolutely imperative that we have several meetings, in my opinion. A decision can't be made just because we have this here today. We need to have much, much more discussion. How do we do this? How do we do it to keep everyone in the lifestyle to which they want? Because that's what it's all about. I mean, that's really what's important here. The nice thing about, and Commissioner Van Ostenbridge is right. He talks about West Bradenton. Big difference in West Bradenton and out east. I mean, people go, oh, it's Lakewood Ranch. And I'm not even going to mention some of the ways I've heard some commissioners describe Lakewood Ranch. But Lakewood Ranch is a beautiful community. I see that. We have a lot of diversity in Lakewood Ranch as far as the price of homes, the types of residents that are there. It is really building into a community, just like Parrish. But the thing of it is that when you get out here, it's a whole different ballgame. And we need to keep that. You know, horse ranches, farming. I mean, that is truly, we don't want to get rid of all that. The lemurs and the bears that I mentioned earlier and the elephants, we don't want to get rid of all that. We don't need to be one big West Bradenton. Not that there's anything wrong with West Bradenton. It's not. I love to go there. You got some of the best restaurants, et cetera, and the beaches are the best. But you know, you're not at the beach every day. You need to be able to take your kids horseback riding. You need to be able to, as an adult, go horseback riding. And yes, I do go horseback riding. So we need to make sure that we do everything we can to continue the diversity that we have in Manatee County, because you know, if you look at some of the other counties in Florida, they don't have that. We're very fortunate to have the diversity here that we have, and we can't just let it go. So I'm looking forward to this board having more discussion. I think we need to. I think decisions have to be made, but I think we need to make sure that we come up with some good solutions. How we're going to do that, I don't know, but I know that where I'm standing, it won't probably change. So, you know, I've heard commissioners say before, well, I always try to listen to the district commissioner. Well, boy, I hope they do it this time. But anyway, Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And so just to summarize, I think what you've heard today is before the future development area boundary can be moved, there is a lot of work to consider. A lot of studies, a lot of analysis, budgeting. Let's talk about that. Right now, we don't have in the budget to handle the infrastructure costs that would be needed to move that line. So if we move that line, we got to start planning for new water and new sewer and new parks and schools and law enforcement and fire stations, and all of that costs money. And how would we come to the money that's needed to build that? You know, so there are some really big questions that have to be asked before that line could be moved. And our utility system is probably one of the biggest questions and the biggest costs to consider. Transfer of development rights has been brought up a couple of times today, and I think that that's something I would like to see the staff explore. We have, over the years, Manatee County has looked at that, transfer of development rights, and what that means, for those of you who don't know, is someone in Mayaca may sell their property rights, their development rights of, let's say it's 100 homes, and say, I'll always keep my area rural, but you can use these extra rights in West Bradenton to increase your density there. So that balance we talked about for the cost of utilities and infrastructure, we shift the burden somewhere, and by doing that, we protect areas as well. There's a lot to that. It's a big discussion, and it's never been something that this county has wanted to do for a variety of reasons, but maybe we should talk about it again. And the biggest thing I'm going to be concerned about as a South County representative, an urban core representative, is if we move that line, what we do is take the pressure off redeveloping my area, which needs redeveloped. Because all of a sudden there's cheaper land and there's more land, and that's where the development's going to move. If we hold the line and we create more incentives and allow higher density, there's a greater chance of reviving the areas that need revived. So that's all I have. Thank you again all for being here.
That's a very good point. Okay. Commissioners, any other commissioners? All right, well, it is 11:33. I know that the commissioners have lunch coming in. Is it here? Dr. Hopes, it is here?
Oh, no, that's first going to be over in the dining hall.
Oh.
Wasn't there when I was there 15 minutes ago.
Okay. At any rate, we do have the second portion of this, which really has to do with North County. So what does everyone feel, the commissioners, as far as lunchtime?
Should we go until 12? Because some people may not want to.
I hate to start the second portion of this. You know, I'd rather wait and have lunch and then start fresh.
Everybody else needs to go to lunch.
Then we could take an extended lunch.
Go to lunch and be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'm going to make an executive decision because it's all over the board. We're going to go ahead and we're going to recess for lunch and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. I know everybody needs to go eat. So we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock to get on to the North Central Overlay District. Thank you. We're in recess. Hello and welcome back to the afternoon session of our workshop of, hold on, August the 31st. Can you believe it? Tomorrow's September 1. We are now going to discuss the North Central Overlay District. I don't see the county administrator, so I guess Rosina?
Good afternoon. I have a presentation.
I don't know where he went. Go ahead, Rosina.
Take it away.
Good afternoon, Rosina Leider, Building and Development Services. And the purpose of this presentation today is to analyze potential amendments to the Land Development Code related to the North Central Overlay. Sorry. Let's see. Sorry, I apologize. In October last year, the board requested that we prepare a work session to discuss these potential changes. And today we are going to analyze the existing regulations and their applicability, compare the regulations in the North Central Overlay with the regulations in the rest of the county, and the discussion of potential amendments to the MC regulations. The North Central Overlay was adopted in 2005 by Ordinance 0515 and extended, include more or less the northeast portion of the county with areas east of the future development area boundary. And the total extension is approximately 71,000 acres. The applicable regulations of the overlay are in Land Development Code 403.12 plus the areas related to signs are in the Land Development Code 6010. Here you have an aerial that shows the North Central Overlay in yellow, with the section of the area that is in the center, that is this areas covered for the Parish Commercial Village Overlay, and in pink, the areas that are to the east and west of the pink is the future area development, future development area boundary. The overlay extended 12 miles from the I-75 to the east and 12 miles from the north to south, from the Hillsborough County boundary to the Manatee River. And basically, there are two predominant future land use categories: the UF3, that is west of the future development area boundary, that allow the density of 3 dwelling units per acre and 9 dwelling units per acre in activity nodes, or affordable housing projects with a floor area ratio of 0.35, and the areas east of the future development area boundary that are basically ag rural with a 0.02 density. There are a few pockets that include Res 6, Res 9, and some minor areas that has ROR, especially along US 301. And there are two pockets with MU that is one of the most intense future land use categories with the county. The purpose of the North Central Overlay was promote harmonious development with the existing community and in accordance with the vision that the community has for the future of the area. And in 2005, when this was approved, the goals were to preserve the look of the community, and I remarked the words like green, open, quiet, natural, and agricultural, visually attractive, comparable with the rural character of the area, and respectful of the natural environment. Also, one of the goals was utilize the existing landscape and materials in the area, provide integration with multi-use trails, and provide integration of the buildings and the pedestrian circulation. Here are the areas that are exempt from the overlay, and basically are agriculture uses, single-family residences in A and A1, single-family residences and lot of records, public and private schools, and house of worship. And the regulations are in 4 groups. The first group is the landscape planting design. The second group is non-motorized circulation, signs, and no residential sites and building design. And I'm gonna go with each one in general. The intent is not to overcrowd the presentation with the specific detail of the regulations, but show the difference between what is in the North Central overlay and what is applicable for the rest of the county. The landscape, planting design include general standards that the principal goal is preserve the visual characteristic of the natural environment and remark the utilization of native and planting species, the minimum utilization of 3 different categories of tree, the plants, that is canopy trees, understory trees, and shrubs, and the use of contouring of soil to achieve more the natural characteristic of the land. Also include the use of clustering of trees to show natural arrangements, maintain the survival of the required landscaping, and is remarked all the time, keep high and opacity through the landscaping. Location of the overhead power lines outside of the required landscape areas. Maintain a minimum 15-feet separation for all the structures and buildings, swimming pools and pool cages from roadway buffer and greenbelt buffers, and try to integrate part of the open space and stormwater to the roadway buffer to create the visual screen of the area. One of the most important, to me, regulation is obscure buildings and other structures adjacent to roadway buffer from view from major thoroughfare, limiting the maximum top height of the buildings. And for that, there is a formula that is included that has to be utilized in order to calculate the maximum height of the building depending on the separation from the edge of the pavement of the closer thoroughfare. We don't have this calculation in any other portion of the county. Also, when we go where they have regulation for commercial and office uses, and the minimum width buffer is 50 wide roadway buffer with 3 canopy trees, 6 understory trees, and 33 shrubs. And again, there is remarked that the buffer shall provide 80% opacity at the height of 6 feet. And in the next slide, in this slide, you can see, sorry, I think that I move on, that one, sorry, I apologize. In this slide, you can see to the left, the North Central overlay buffer, and to the right, the overlay, the buffer that is applicable for roadway buffer in the entire county. In the North Central overlay is 50 feet wide, and in the rest of the county is 10 feet wide for roadway buffer for commercial and office uses, except for in areas that are located in the entranceway that there are required 20 feet roadway buffer. For residential uses and non-commercial and office uses, the roadway buffer is again 50 feet wide and include the same planting that is included for commercial areas. That is 3 canopy trees, 6 understory trees, and 33 shrubs. And again, is remark the require of 85% opacity. And in the next sketch, you can see the difference, between the roadway buffer for different, to the left is in the north central overlay, and to the right in the rest of the county. And in Euclidean and PD zonings, except PDR, the maximum that is required is 10 feet roadway buffer, and in PDR is 20 feet. That means that the maximum that we require in other portion of the county is 20 feet for PDR or 20 feet for commercial when it's an entranceway. The rest of the time, the roadway buffer is 10 feet. For greenbelt buffer and screening buffers, in north central overlay is required 20 feet with 3 canopy trees and 33 shrubs. And for the rest of the county, and it's in the next slide, we have for PDR 15 feet. That means that in the north central overlay, we require 5 more feet plus additional planting, because in PDR, we require 1 tree every 30 feet. That means more or less 3 trees and sunset. And in the north central overlay, 3 canopy trees and 33 shrubs. And in the rest of the county, we use the screening buffer matrix that has a maximum of 20 feet, depend of the type of uses. That in this case, I'm going to show the next table that compare the regulations, the thoroughfares, local, perimeter, and wetlands. The buffers for wetlands are the same along the entire county, but the roadway buffer and north central overlay is 50 feet. In PDR for residential is 20 feet. And in the rest of the Euclidean districts could be 10 feet if it's not reverse lot, or 20 feet when you have reverse lot. This is super technical, but it's to show the difference. And for commercial areas, it's always 10 feet. For local roads, the north central overlay doesn't include any regulations for roadway buffer. And in residential areas, it's 20 along all public roads. And for Euclidean districts, 10 feet. And for greenbelt buffer is 20 feet in the north central overlay, and 15 feet in the PDR, and 15 feet in the Euclidean zone. And like I said before, for other uses, it depends on the screening matrix. There are exceptions for the landscape in the north central overlay when it uses primarily agriculture, developments with the Village of Paris, historic sites or districts, and development that don't require site plan or final site plan. Also, the regulations include the non-motorized circulation that is intended to integrate sidewalks and multi-use trails to connect neighborhoods and community focal points. In addition to the regulations that we already have in Chapter 10 of the Land Development Code, the North Central Overlay require alternative paving materials, higher level of, to promote higher level of pedestrian, additional landscaping. And for non-motorized trails, they are using the same regulation that they have that we have in the Land Development Code. For signs, the signs in the North Central Overlay are more restricted than any other portion of the county, and include the prohibition of pole signs, changeable copy signs, fluorescent signs, and the maximum square footage of the signs is 100 feet. the last set of regulations are related to non-residential buildings and the design of these non-residential buildings. And like I said before, they include three components: on-site pedestrian circulation that require additional secondary walkways with all the design of the buildings, and link the buildings from the street to the parking with different textures and color and materials. They also include outdoor gathering spaces that has to be included in all these non-residential sites, and building scale and mass. The building scale and mass is remarkable because the North Central Overlay doesn't allow single tenant for more than 70,000 square feet unless are located in ROR or MU, and the areas of ROR or MU are really small in the overlay. Also, the scale of the building and the massing of the building going to be determined for according to the gross area of the building, and a system of points that is really, to me, is really complicated, has to be revised for an architect to follow up all the regulations. And I'm going to put the next slide that shows the system point. If your building is less than 10,000 square feet, you have to comply with you have to achieve 4 points in each phase of the building. If it's between 10,000 and 40,000, 5 points for each phase, and more than 40,000, 7 points. And this is related to horizontal shift of the walls, the vertical shift of the single roofing, the location of additional landscaping in the front of the buildings, the location of canopies, windows, and cornices, and all these kind of building regulations that have to be achieved. Also is controlling architectural styles. There is a design manual, and if your building is not complying with this, cannot be approved. You have to comply with, you have to have a unified team for team design for the buildings. You are not allowed neon or tube lighting. The tenant has to have only one motif according with the design manual, a regulation for the awnings, and regulation for mirrors, and also for the colors that has to be represented forested and agricultural landscaping. The base colors can be earth tones. The trim has to be in contrast with the bright or bold of, not be bright or too bold. And the access has to be in a different tone and maybe brighter to the other colors. But in the global view, we don't have regulations in the rest of the county that control the style, the colors, the massing of the building, except for a few small regulations with the entranceway, the regulation for the historic areas, and right now some regulations related to urban corridors. But when you have an area with 17,000 acres and you would like to implement this kind of regulations, it's difficult to provide, especially non-residential uses that can achieve all these type of specific design. Here in the next slide, I include all the projects that has been approved and has concurrency, actually, with the North Central Overlay. And the last few years, we are having some mixed-use projects that many of them has not been developed yet, the commercial component or no residential component of the development. And in this slide, I include the most common specific approvals for developments for projects with the North Central overlay, and basically are related to the roadway buffer for commercial parcels that has been reduced for 50 feet to 25 feet, because one of the points is that the commercial side has to be visible from the roadway in order to promote or make interest to the customers to go in. If you have a 50-feet buffer with 80% of opacity, plus the formula to separate the building from the edge of the pavement, the building never gonna be seen, you don't gonna see, plus the regulation with the size of the sign, you're gonna be almost impossible to see the commercial side. Also, in the last few years, we have received substantial number of specific approvals to reduce the residential buffer from 50 feet to 30 feet. The other one that is common is the allowed a single tenant in a building with more than 75,000 square feet, because that allowed the opportunity to have an anchor store. The other one that is super common is the reduction of the accessory structures setback from pool cages. That is 15 feet if the planting is properly regulated. We can work with less than 15 feet and allow the location of the pool cages. And the other one is planting within the greenbelt buffers. Also, we have specific approvals to regulate the location of the buildings, don't using the formula that is to separate more the commercial buildings from the roadway. In the last, in this slide, I include some other specific approvals that are less common and has been used more in the last 2 or 3 years for commercial buildings, because they are related specifically to design and architectural styles for the non-residential buildings. At this point, we analyze why this amount of specific approvals with the North Central overlay, and basically is the large and intense requirements that the North Central overlay include when you compare with other regulations in other portions of the county. Also, the complication to apply this regulation when you have a project and you have to be with every facade of the building doing calculation for the number of points in order to say if it's compliant or not compliant with the North Central overlay regulations. Also, in 2010 was a comprehensive plan amendment that increased the density in some for affordable housing and mixed-use projects. And if we would like to have more mixed-use projects, we need to simplify these regulations or figure out what is the best way to treat that in order that we can implement more mixed use, because this population, that this amount of project that has been approved need in some point services. And also the trends that were in 2005, the trend of development that were applicable in 2005, has been changed in the last 15 years. And we would look that simply with the size of the lots. In 2004 and 5, the common lot was more or less 10,000 square feet, 12,000 square feet. Right now, the lots are vary for 4,500 to 1,600. The setbacks at that time were larger, and also many of the projects right now are including the multifamily component that allowed at some point have more affordable housing. We are seeking with this presentation to get feedback from potential changes. And there are a few options. One option is remove entirely the North Central overlay and apply in this area the same regulations that we have in the rest of the county for any other projects. Other option is remove the overlay and allow the expansion of the Parish Commercial Village overlay, in which is a small area that is possible to have different regulations related to buildings that already exist to building style and create a specific design characteristic of the area, and in a small area, not in 17,000 acres of development. Could be other option to reduce the overlay and be applicable only for the ag rural, or could be softener the regulations and says, okay, we're going to reduce the width of the buffer, we're going to implement all the design criteria. This is different options. What is the way to go? Is what we would like opinions from and feedback from all of you. And if you have any specific question, I can answer.
Thank you, Rosina. I'm going to go ahead at this time, and I'm going to open public comment, and then we'll have questions and discussion with the commissioners. First one on the list, David Dean, followed by Gretchen Fowler, followed by Alan Jones.
Good afternoon. My name is David Dean. And I live in the far southwest corner of this overlay district, directly across the street from it. If I may, though, I'd like to correct the record that someone on the board was confused regarding my position regarding item 1. I am not in favor of moving the FDAB now. In fact, my preference for the FDAB exception thing would be that with buffers is that in the hope that it would postpone the inevitable movement of the FDAB itself by years. So, having reviewed the provisions of it, I would agree that some of them are so onerous, talking here about the overlay, are so onerous, especially commercial, that they preclude providing the new residents with the goods and services they need, especially large grocery stores and strip mall businesses, so some relaxations are probably warranted. But I don't think you should scrap the whole thing to reduce or reduce its footprint. Being a NIMBY for a moment, Misty may recall I've worked with the planning board on the fish camp itself, the water-sucking PDA proposal from years ago, opposition to Foxbrook, and lastly, a stop and rob gas station directly across the street from me. Although the gas station was stopped primarily due to environmental concerns, seeing that it drains directly into the lake, the North Central Overlay District was the final nail in its coffin, where I didn't have to worry about that anymore. So removing the overlay in my area could negatively impact me personally. But on a broader scale, I'm also concerned that removing it from the east side of Lake Manatee could remove an additional layer of water protection once the FDAB does move out that way.
So, yeah, I'm not the planning expert, so I'll leave the rest of it up to y'all, the details for y'all to figure out. Thank you.
Thank you. Gretchen? Then Alan Jones. State your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Gretchen Fowler. I am the president of the Parish Civic Association. I'm really excited that we're here today. This has been in the works for years. This is not something that we have just worked on overnight. And looking back, we went back to like 2016, 2017 when we started this. It was brought to our attention that the North Central Overlay is also part of the Neighborhood Action Plan that was adopted by the board recently, and what we're using to guide us in the parish area to build our our town. So when we looked at the Neighborhood Action Plan and saw that we had 2 overlays within our boundaries that we're trying to create, we started looking a little harder in the North Central Overlay. So one of the things that I want to bring to your attention, the North Central Overlay was brought forward to basically guide and make the rural area remain rural. What has happened is it has turned around just like the parish village overlay did and kept out the very people we wanted in. It has made it very difficult for the small businesses, the small mom and pops, the ones that really want to do it. We're not like Lakewood Ranch where we have a big area that's owned by one person and can decide. We are parceled into individual areas, and these people can't afford to do that. So what we have done as an organization, we hired a couple planners ourselves, and Rachel's going to be doing a presentation. We're working with Bob Schmidt also, so 2 wonderful people that I've had the pleasure of working with, because they have been not only hardworking in creating the plan and the presentation that you're about to see, but also passionate about the area and really working with the people. So this is not something that we're just presenting as an individual organization. We have had, over the years, multiple town halls. We have had this in the paper every month. I write page 2 for the Parish Village News, and every month we address this. We have had it on Facebook pages. We've had it in the website. We have been out and about talking at different meetings and anywhere else that we can hear. So this is not just us telling you what we think the people want. It's what the people have expressed to us as a whole, and we've put it together and compiled a history and also put together why we think it's not working and some recommendations for you as a board, and also some requests. We have some asks in there. So I think we have a comprehensive plan and a comprehensive presentation, basically that is a blue book print for you guys to start moving forward and helping us to create what we want, and that's the small, walkable, sustainable town in our area, and keep at least part of us as we grow what we wanted parish to be to begin with. And when you look at the outside of it, I have just another couple minutes. When you look at the North Central Overlay, we pulled the information to see how many of them followed the North Central Overlay since its inception. And we can honestly say not one single entity that has built since the inception of the North Central Overlay has followed it exactly. Not one. So why do we have it? So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Alan Jones, and then Rachel Layton and Stuart Chin.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak. On this particular slide right here is what...
Alan, you got to announce your name.
Oh, Alan Jones, excuse me. On this particular slide right here that speaks to all the development that has been approved in the North Central Overlay, just like Gretchen said, none of that was approved per the North Central Overlay. So there's really not much land left to come forward with general development plans up there anyhow. So it really doesn't make sense for me to keep going through plan development, ask for specific approval to move past North Central Overlay stipulations. I'm here to speak in support of the second recommendation that Rosina provided, which was to remove entirely of the North County overlay, as well as to expand the parish commercial village overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Rachel Layton and Stuart Jen. Rachel, how much time do you think you're going to need?
If I might have 25 or 30 minutes, I have a very...
Rachel, I can't do that. We're in, I mean, let's ask the board.
I have no
Carol,
problem.
let everybody speak. I'm sorry?
Do you want to
Okay.
let the rest of the 3-minute people go first?
Yeah.
Do you want to wait and go last?
There's only like 3 other people.
Bob?
If it's easier, I'll go, but I think it makes more sense for me to go after them. But my statement is very, very short, very brief, so.
If you don't mind waiting.
Okay, well, if you don't mind, ask. Elizabeth Arnold, Carol Feltz, do y'all want to speak now? Okay, come on down, please. Elizabeth Arnold and then Carol Feltz.
Elizabeth Arnold, thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Just state your name, please.
I did, Elizabeth Arnold. I guess you didn't hear me. Anyway, I have a house very close to 301 in Fort Hamer, and it's on 5 acres with a ton of trees. And what I notice is happening in the town of Parrish and around me is pretty much the wholesale slaughter of all the trees. So I don't really care too much about what anybody does or doesn't want to do, other than I think we still need to do something to protect some of the trees. And I understand that we have a fee of $200, I believe, for every tree and that's taken down. And the builders pretty much just come in because it's cheaper to bring in bulldozers and knock everything down and then plant little stubs here and there and say, we put back the trees. So my biggest issue is, especially in Parrish, because it's country. And the funniest thing is everybody I run into goes, oh, I moved here. And I keep noticing, where are all the cows going? What's happening to all the pastures? What's going on here? As basically Parrish becomes a lesser version of Lakewood Ranch. Just it's not nearly as nice as Lakewood Ranch. The standards being implemented are not as nice, and people moved there because it was kind of an old kind of farming-esque town, and they wanted to keep some of the farming-esque look. And when you take away the trees, and I know that I listened to a commission meeting where somebody said, oh, well, when we put in the Dollar General, we made it look country-esque. That was one of the conditions, and it's true, they did, and it's set way back. People use the thing like crazy, but then they put right out front a big dental office. No trees really, no anything really, just standing there looking horrid. And then right across the side street, they put in a big 18-pump 7-Eleven. So with no real major trees or anything. So I guess what I'm going to say is do whatever you need to do, but somehow try to protect some trees. Maybe make the fee $1,000 to knock down trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Phelps, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you all, and thank you guys back there. I have a lot of history back with Parrish. I do remember when the overlay was first presented. I lived in West Bradenton. My horses lived in Parrish, and I rode in Mayaca City, and spent, of course, a lot of time at the beach. It's changed a lot. Every one of the places that I used to keep my horse, that I used to ride my horse, Covered Bridge Estates, Harrison Ranch, Ancient Oaks. And they had a great idea starting out. But just like with our land development code, which we do review every 10 years, we come up with a plan and then we spend 10 years amending and whittling away at that plan. So I think that Kevin was probably the one that brought out the camel puts its nose into the tent, okay? So sometimes we do have to go back. And the other thing we hear a lot about is like Rye Ranch. This has been in the works for 8 years. Well, when we present these plans for the FDAB, for things like that, we need to put the big picture together, okay? Because we leave out a lot of the detail, like the 44th Avenue extension and the roundabouts planned. And we could look at all those things and we could still do them in a smart way, even though we have FDOT with these roads and an overlay here or whatever. The main thing that I think is important is that you listen to the people that are saying, okay, we had a plan, but maybe we need to modify that. And we need to take that same mindset down the road for the rest of the county. Just because 10 years ago it sounded like a great idea, okay, it's not anymore. And as a Floridian, I have to say this. If we were all sitting around the Grand Canyon and somebody said, let's fill in the Grand Canyon because that's going to give us room to put houses for people, people would think we were insane and nobody would ever do that. But you have to understand with Florida, we are back to 10 pounds of potatoes will not fit in a 5-pound sack, no matter what you do. So we've filled in our Grand Canyon. We've been doing that for a while. We have to learn to plan a little bit better. And the best people to listen to about those plans are the people that live there and want to work with you. But you don't make it easy sometimes because we don't understand how things work. George and I have talked about this before. Little yellow signs on the side of the road don't work. Nobody reads legal notices. We have 15,000 people on the Mayaca City 411 Facebook page, and how many of them are here, guys? Come on, we've got to get a little bit more passion out there with the people. We've got to make your jobs easier, don't we? And maybe you can make it easier for us to be involved. And by listening to people, by listening to all the people, and we may not be the sharpest tacks in the box about planning or about medical or about whatever, but guess what? We live here. And there's not a single person in Manatee County right now that is saying build more. Not right now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Rachel, you're next, and then after you is Stuart Chen. Rachel, can we give you 20 minutes? Is that good?
Yes.
20 minutes, please. Thank you.
No, I started out with 30, George. My name is Rachel Layton. I'm a certified planner. You guys see me here in front of you more for my developer clients than for the other clients that I serve. And so today I'm working with the Parish Civic Association, and I've had a number of conversations with Manatee County staff and their planning department to talk about what do we need to do next. And so I've got a presentation, if you can bring up the slides, please. So I want to talk about the North Central Overlay and the Parish Village as it relates to the Neighborhood Action Plan. So I'm here with Gretchen Fowler, Alan Jones. We don't have with us today Jennifer Hamey or Norma Kennedy, but they've been serving on this committee with us. And Bob Schmidt has also been part of our team. So we've had really a lot of conversations over the last 6 months. I'm very pleased that they asked me to be part of this team because I'm one of those folks that keeps coming back to North Central Overlay for all of these specific approvals for large projects. So I'm seeing kind of both sides of the story. So I appreciate you giving me the additional time. I'm going to go through just 2 slides on the parish history, North Central Overlay District, Parish Commercial Village, Neighborhood Action Plan, and then what the Parish Civic Association is requesting in next steps. And we believe that we're consistent with what you've heard with staff. So I pulled this slide from one of the presentations that was done in 2017. And it shows the area of parish as far as the zip code is concerned. And so this area is a lot of what is considered parish. I don't know that it matches up with any of our other maps as far as land use goes. So the parish history, the community was named parish for the parish family that moved into the area into the 1800s, and they gave back a lot to this town. What was interesting is back with this history is that we had a blacksmith shop, a general store, drugstore, mercantile, grocery, post office, doctor's offices, and a barber shop. We don't have a lot of those things anymore because of all the regulations that we have. Many of these residents were farmers of citrus, vegetables, as well as cattle, and it was a close-knit community. I would argue what I've seen with the Parish Civic Association is also a close-knit community. These people are working towards a goal, and they have one voice. Today, Parish is the northeast center of Manatee County with roads to Tampa, Clearwater, St. Petersburg, Wauchula, Arcadia, Palmetto, Bradenton, and Sarasota, as well as Anna Maria Island. It is one of the fastest growing areas in Manatee County, if not the fastest, judging by the number of applications you guys see me bring, if you're looking for a community with a small town feel. So one of the graphics that was given to me by Norma Kennedy is the parish as the star. All roads lead into Parish is what she told me. And this is from 1926. This is a 95-year-old graphic that was posted in the paper from the Parish Chamber of Commerce. And it was their slogan that was adopted way back when. And so it really is very meaningful to the community that they are the heart of Parish. This graphic is the village of Parish according to the comprehensive plan from 1989. The boundaries that you can see, I don't know if my mouse will show, the darkest line is where we have Res 6 and what they're calling the village of Parish. Oh, you guys, are you able to see anything on your, okay. Okay. I pulled a 1940 aerial, and I'm sorry, I took the circles off, but you can see really that same heart of Parish in 1940 and 2021. There's still not a lot of development in the heart of Parish. And so we want, as the Civic Association, to be able to encourage those small-based businesses as well as new commercial. So I think Rosina did a really good job talking about the evolution of regulations. North Central Overlay was adopted in 2005. In 2008, the Parish Commercial Village Overlay was adopted. Several, I'm talking about at least 24 projects, folks, that have asked for specific approvals to the North Central Overlay. I promise they were not all mine. In 2019, Bob Schmidt with the Parish Civic Association made changes to Parish Commercial Village Overlay to make it a little bit easier, but I think what we've seen still is planned development commercial instead of using the village zoning. And so we're not seeing the growth that we really intended for the Parish Commercial Village. And then the Neighborhood Action Plan was prepared and adopted last fall. So as Rosina mentioned, she kind of went through the purpose and intent. It is for a small town feel. 71,000 acres is not a small town. I live in Palmetto, 14,000 residents. I don't know, what are we, 10 acres? I don't know, Commissioner Bellamy, if you know how many acres the city of Palmetto is. 71,000 acres. 36,000 of those acres are past the FDAB line where we don't want to encourage growth. So it is a large chunk of our county that is covered by the North Central Overlay. And you can see in the middle, that's the village of Parish, that's the donut hole. So again, 71,200 acres according to the county's GIS. The Parish Commercial Village is in the middle, and again, it's half of it lies outside and east of the FDAB line. There are a few vacant parcels along 301 that have not been developed. And my understanding when North Central Overlay was really first instituted was that the residents wanted to see a 50-foot buffer along 301 so they weren't looking at people's pool cages as we were bringing residential development on. And I know that at that point, our community was in an economic boom, and then we had a recession, and slowly things have been coming back online. And a lot of the development pattern that shows on these two screens, the left is general development plans, and then the right is general development plans in concurrency. We have developed all but 6 parcels practically along 301 leading up to the village. And then from the village north, we have 3 large parcels that are yet to be developed. So we have done a lot with that North Central Overlay District to really move the community in the direction that it desired. So again, North Central Overlay was adopted in 2005. Those goals, again, I believed, my understanding, and having to implement it in 2011 for a storage building was quite a challenge, not asking for any specific approvals. I think we asked for a variable width buffer along Old Tampa Road. Again, in the years that the North Central overlay was adopted, there's been little commercial development. We're seeing it again now as our community is in an economic boom. But they've all asked for some sort of specific approval because the regulations are so hard to navigate, both on the private sector and the staff reviewing it. Rosina did a great job showing the comparison of buffers earlier. For a commercial project, it's required 50 feet, where the rest of the code requires 10. And local roads, 20 feet, where it would be required, residential would be 20, which I believe on all my other projects has been well designed for planned development projects. And perimeter buffers, 20 feet versus 15 feet. Wetland buffers are the same. I did the same thing as that Rosina did, so I'm going to just kind of go quickly through these NCO-specific approvals. You're seeing them over and over again. And I know you've seen me asking for several at a time on some of these larger projects because we need flexibility. And so I'm not the only one representing developers. You're just not seeing any of them here today. It's at least a dozen that we've been asking for over and over again. Last summer, as I was preparing the Rye Ranch project, I did look at almost every zoning ordinance. My staff and I looked at every zoning ordinance that had happened since 2005 when the North Central overlay was adopted, and we pulled a list of at least 20 projects that have had some sort of specific approval related to them. That was a lot of work on our part to understand it, and so all of my summaries, all of my findings I've been sharing with staff as we go through not only these projects that I come forward on, but in preparation of today's meeting. There's been a lot of coordination back and forth with staff and then the town hall meeting. So our recommendation today is to remove the North Central Overlay District in its entirety and expand the parish village boundaries consistent with the Neighborhood Action Plan. And if you got, I don't know how much more time I have left. Okay.
Go, girl, go.
Okay, so Parish Commercial Village Overlay District is really kind of what the heart of all of this is. And so it was well put together, and Bob Schmidt did a great job making some adjustments to it so that we could have a minimum 20,000 square feet for our commercial buildings administratively. This graphic to me is very meaningful. You see in the red hatch, that is the Parish Commercial Village Overlay. It does not match with the parish village zoning district. The zoning district is actually smaller than the overlay. And then when we look at the comprehensive plan, that Res 6 also does not match. So we have all of these layers that don't seem to match to help us with a coordinated plan of attack that the Neighborhood Action Plan set forward. So this Neighborhood Action Plan that was adopted, the Melgren Group did a fantastic job for Manatee County and the Parish Civic Association. They set out 3 primary goals in this document: economic development, placemaking, and infrastructure improvements. And so what they did was they took about 2,200 acres of land. I think this is still a very large area, and what I'm going to propose is still smaller. But we have off to the right, the green is the parish plantation project that is exempted from some things, and I think you're seeing that maybe move forward in final site plan or will soon. But you've got 2,200 acres. Some of it is still agricultural lands. A lot of this has been maybe developed or permitted or entitled since this has been done. And I'm sorry, I can't read the numbers that far anymore. I'm getting there. Okay, so this slide shows the comparison of the future land use categories that are within this Neighborhood Action Plan area. Again, this is 2,200 acres that was included in the Neighborhood Action Plan by the Melgren Group. You see we have UF3, we have some Res 6, we have some public where we have, I think that's the school property maybe. And then on the zoning side, we have in the light blue along US 301, we have the village zoning district. And then we have some agricultural zoning districts and maybe some planned developments. And what you've seen happen in North County is really a series of planned developments, whether it's planned development residential or planned development commercial or mixed use. That seems to be the best way to do some of these larger projects that are going to help with the future of parish. So the Melgren Group also created this graphic. So they've accounted on the right for the parish plantation. Their vision for economic development and placemaking was to create Parish Village Main Street in blue, and then have in the yellow higher density categories for new housing. I believe some of those were vacant parcels. I know the yellow piece to the north is vacant. And that those would connect then to the Parish Village Central Park, which is in progress. And I know Mr. Bishop is here, and Charlie, I'm going to get your name wrong. I'm sorry. And he did present at the town hall meeting, although I was talking to residents, I didn't hear everything. And the other component of this is the Parish Village Academic Cluster. So we've had, although it hasn't come before you yet, State College of Florida with some intentions on a plan. We now have the high school. We have some properties that can be, and potential for an elementary school. So we really have the potential for the village to change in a very meaningful way to bring the people there that will help support all of the commercial and mixed use. So as part of the neighborhood action plan, they solicited comments. It's always interesting to me when I see citizen comments on a neighborhood action plan or any kind of visioning process. And they wanted to see a master plan for the area. And that's kind of what I've taken the neighborhood action plan and tried to move that to the next steps. We have, they would like to, some of them would like to see architectural guidelines maintained, and infrastructure. Infrastructure has been one of the missing components for development to really happen in the village because they are still on septic tanks and wells. And while the county is making great strides to enhance sewer and water connectivity as the roads are coming through, there's still some work to be done. So with that, the certain essential capital improvements projects include Fort Hamer Road extension, water and sewer infrastructure, including installation of gravity sewer during the Willow Trail construction. I don't know where that's at. Approved development projects, Erie Road realignment at State Road 62, State College of Florida site, conceptual roadways, anchor development projects, Central Park, and pedestrian connectivity. So when we hosted the town hall, I talked to a number of folks. One of the things they want to see is sidewalks out there. They want to see sewer so that some of them can connect so that they can really work to develop or redevelop some of these properties. The other thing that we talked about, which I found to me as a planner, wanting to help everybody. I don't think you guys know how many phone calls I get every day from people I just can't help. But I try and give them the best guidance that I can. People that have code enforcement issues, people that have just can't get to development because the process is too cumbersome. And it breaks my heart that I don't want to have to charge them the fees because the process is so hard to navigate. So we talked to a number of neighbors who wanted to be able to have some flexibility in the uses that are allowed on their homesteaded property. Some of those would be home-based businesses, and I don't know that we can really account for that in the current village overlay district. So that's another thing that we would like to be able to see. So next steps. So what the Parish Civic Association is proposing, it's not working, okay, is to remove the North Central Overlay District from the Land Development Code and the zoning maps. And then next, we would propose a comprehensive plan amendment to change some of that UF3 area and Res 3 area. And I have a graphic that I'll show next that shows about 865 acres. And initially, we were looking at MU, and then we looked at ROR. But I think this is a discussion that we would like to talk to the board about, something that will allow for the mixed use piece and for the higher intensity on the yellow pieces shown on that graphic so that we can entice multifamily for some of these where it's appropriate because we don't have any multifamily that'll be near the university. So that's one of those things is we want to be able to support that academic cluster when it does happen. And so the conversations have been very detailed with the citizens along that path. Okay, and I'm having trouble reading all of this today, I'm sorry. Okay, so and then next would be to make some text amendments to make the comprehensive plan consistent with the neighborhood action plan. I found only a very few sections of code that needed to be amended, and I've discussed those with staff at least a little bit. And then next, we would propose to amend the zoning map so that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and the neighborhood action plan. And then we propose some changes to the text along with that, and to start some of the village uses that are particular to. I'm losing my microphone. That are particular to Mayaca and, I'm forgetting the other village, Rabonia, thank you. We would be proposing that these be specific use, either special use permits or permitted uses only in the parish village. So it would be an effort to work with staff to present this in a table that is clear so that when people come in, they know what uses would be allowed or what uses they would have to do a public hearing through. And then we propose to amend the parish commercial village overlay district to be consistent with the zoning and the future land use. To me as a planner, I think it's very important to have some consistency there in what the future land use says and what the zoning says and what the overlay says so that we're really getting to the ability to develop the way that the residents of parish want to develop, and to support those folks that are already there. And then our next request is to have the county help us find some funding for some transportation improvements and sewer improvements. So with that, this is the graphic that we've worked on at just our little group. I hadn't even really shown this to staff yet, but this is the general overlay that we would propose both for comprehensive plan, zoning, and the overlay district to be consistent. Some of these pieces right now are in North Central Overlay District, and so we're not seeing the same level of consistency that we would like. So the dental office, Dollar General, and 7-Eleven that were mentioned earlier really are at the front door of the village. And so they're not in the village now, they're in North Central Overlay. So I was surprised when I drove out there and saw they have some consistent theming, but it's not quite what I think this overlay district intended. So I want to show this again. So this is a comparison of an aerial overlay. So you see we have quite a bit of still of vacant land here, but we've got development happening all around the village. So we try to take those pieces that really could be developed or redeveloped, or the home-based businesses that we want to encourage. This is just a chart of comparing the UF3, Res 6, and the ROR, and really the goal for us is to not allow for a wide variety of nuisance uses, but to make it easier to get the uses that are outlined in the village zoning. And then I wanted to show everybody a zoomed in version of the comprehensive plan. So you see we have all of this UF3 all around us. The village heart is Res 6, but not consistent. And then we have mixed use to the north. I have like 2 more slides.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the additional time. I always am nervous asking for extra time. Okay, so, if we could bring back the concept plan, please. So one of the tasks was moving the Melgren plan to the next level of planning. And so these blocks that are in blue are that Parish Village Main Street feel. You've got Parish Plantation to the right. Along the north end of what we're proposing for a road connection would be mixed use or higher density housing. And then in the green, we have the county parcel and the FDOT parcel intended for the park. The orangish parcels are, I lost my screen there, the academic cluster. And what we're showing on this graphic in particular is the use of roundabouts to help with circulation. The roundabouts did get mixed reviews at the neighborhood meeting. At the town hall meeting. So this is our proposed transportation route. We're actually proposing some of these existing right-of-ways that are 12 and 13 feet become one-ways so that we're not taking anybody's front yard away from them. So we have a series of one-way roads and then a series of two-direction roads. We know that there may have to be some off-street, off-site parking to go along with this plan, and then again the roundabouts. And then we also created a graphic. This one seems to be harder to read than I would like, but this is actually the proposed sewer outline, and we have it broken out into 4 phases and we'd like to be able to coordinate with that. So we would ask that the county help us find funding sources for those transportation and sewer improvements, and that the county ask staff to move forward with amending the NCO to remove it and to assist the Parish Civic Association with the comprehensive plan map amendments. And that is my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rachel. Stuart Chen?
Rachel drain the battery?
Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Stuart Chen. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My comment's going to be very, very quick. I'm just basically going to follow up on the heels of what Rachel has brought to your attention. The Chen family's been in Manatee County and specifically in Parish for almost 70 years. We own property that's going to be affected by these changes if you act on them, and I support their proposal. The one request I do have is if you do move favorably on that, we would ask that you would at least consider having our property, the designator changed to ROR, so most of it is UF3 at this point in time. And the fact that the property that we own is at the corner of Moccasin and 301, it's obviously a commercial corner, I think. And I think that by going to an ROR, it gives us a nice transitional buffer to go from the various parts of Parish. And so respectfully, I ask that you consider that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to come forward? Gotta wait, Bob. Major's got to clean that microphone. That's right. And I'd stay out of his way. Just saying.
His part-time job is recruiting West Point candidates.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bob Schmidt with Land Planning Associates. I've had the pleasure of working with the Parish Civic Association and Gretchen and Alan for quite some time now on the commercial overlay that we did a couple years ago. We thought that we loosened up the regulations enough to possibly attract people into Parish. And I think we're closer. The sign changes have been made and the building size has been increased from 5,000 to 20,000 square feet. But it's funny, even when I bring potential clients to the Parish area and the North Central overlay concept or the rules come up with respect to commercial opportunities, they look at those rules and say, find somewhere else for me to go. I can't do this. A 50-foot buffer with those building, the criteria, the building setbacks and the design criteria make it nearly impossible to develop in the North Central overlay, which Parish is part of. We've exempted ourselves out from some of that, but we still have these limitations. As far as the Parish concept goes, Rachel did a great job of laying that out. We would probably, the only thing that Rachel didn't discuss that I'd like to touch on is possibly the expansion of home occupation businesses to allow bakeries, maybe restaurants, art galleries, things like that you can't currently do as a home occupation, kind of like a Village of the Arts type of thing. But you don't want to change the character and have those people say, I can blitz my houses or a block of houses and now and do your standard commercial development. I don't know that there's a market for it if you're not on a thoroughfare road anyway, but the idea being that let these people allow some home occupations on those homes that are on the substandard streets in there. The last thing I'll say is in my previous experience at working for Manatee County, there were some missed permitting requirements in the Parish Village and the NCO. I won't name names, but from a building plans examiner perspective, for them to know how to read those charts and for them to know that the rules are different in this area than they are in the rest of the county, it's just fraught with potential peril that permits are going to be issued incorrectly, and that has happened. So My role in this has been a lot as a liaison between county staff and parish, and I would enjoy to proceed with the sort of things that we're talking about today, to work with your staff and with you. So with that, I'll wrap it up, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
You know, some of us here do recall when you were with the county. Yeah. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to come forward? Any phone calls?
No calls. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Commissioners. Commissioner Whitmore.
First of all, Mr. Chin came up. Are you Chin Road? Is your family? Oh, okay. And is that property of yours on Moccasin Wallow and 301?
That's correct.
Oh, so I think we'll be talking to you in the future. I think we want to widen that. I'm glad to finally have a name and a face together. Nice meeting you. My girlfriend lives off of Chin Road. Does anybody remember in Palmetto when they didn't serve alcohol on Sundays?
Yes.
Yes, we're all going, yeah. Okay. And it says on the list of uses, alcoholic establishments. There aren't any in Parish?
No.
Really? There's no bar in Parish?
There is not in the 34219.
I think you have to go on the, I'm sorry.
The 34219.
Okay, so there's no alcoholic establishments in 34219. That's interesting. My, are things changing? That's what I can say. Okay, so, and a lot of, some of you were here when this first happened. Bob was here. And I'd just like it confirmed, when this all came before us, this was a parish-led movement, right, to try to control your destiny. But what we found out is it did, but it didn't do or attract what we needed for you to grow. I still hear, and Commissioner Satcher says it all the time, we need a sit-down restaurant, nice places. We have a lot of people going, and that, you know, other people maybe in Parish don't care about that, but there are a lot of young families, a lot of professionals that have moved there. I was in Parish the other day, and there was 5 or 6 different houses in the same subdivision being built at the same time. So, what you see today is what was brought to us before by the residents of Parish, correct? Yes, I just wanted to confirm that because everybody's going, well, why did they do this? Well, and I'm glad that you got a team of people together to realize that we did what we did, it's not working, and let's try to figure out a way to change it. So I appreciate Gretchen and your leadership and everybody else. You have anything planned at all for the train museum in that area? I haven't heard one thing about that. I would like to hear about that whenever the chair allows you to talk. Thank you.
Wow. Commissioner Bellamy, anything? Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I never really understood the concept of this overlay in the first place. It seems like we've got 3 different sets of rules layered one on top of the other to almost intentionally make it impossible to do anything. That shouldn't be the goal of zoning and codes. It should be for intelligent growth and making sure things are done in the proper way, but not intentionally structured to prohibit any level of development whatsoever. If you're going to do that, just don't let anyone build anything. You know, don't layer one thing after another, because you know all this is doing. And you see up in Parish, and I'm in Parish every day. My son goes to high school up there, and I'm well aware there's no alcohol establishment. I go to Ferrero's. But I mean, all we have is residential going there, and if you make it prohibitive to build commercial, people are going to build residential. And every time we talked about this, when we were talking about Mayaca, once you lose the land, you don't get it back. And this is going to become more and more and more of a bedroom community in Parish without the commercial, without the places to eat and shop and work, and that's just going to exacerbate infrastructure problems because everyone's going to have to travel every time they leave Parish. I don't think anybody in Parish wants that. We do need restaurants and we do need shops out there, and this is making it impossible to do that. So I'm 100% in favor, and I know there's some very little points here and there that staff would need to come back to us about some of your multiple priority request lists there, but the fundamental concept of getting rid of this and working more towards the village overlay sounds like a more than reasonable solution to me.
I'll go next. I would have to agree. It seems to me, and I know I've had a lot of conversation with staff over the months, actually probably a couple of years now, that, why do we have to complicate everything? Why does everything have to be, a hassle, a problem? Why can't we just take it, figure out what we're doing, what we want, and then move forward and make it easy on everybody? I think it's very important where Parish is right now in your development. If we don't do something pretty soon, you're not going to have any land left. I mean, it's going to be done. And that's not the way it should be done. So I think the sooner the better, in my opinion. So let's hope this gets done quickly. Commissioner Van Ostenbroek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, you and Commissioner Cruz took a lot of my points here. I agree you don't want it to be a bedroom community. I agree you need some commercial, and I also agree that we have one opportunity to get it right for Parish, and when the land is gone, it's gone. So I'm supportive of pretty much everything I've heard here. Probably, Commissioner Satcher is on board with pretty much everything we've said, and Parish is stealing a lot of families from West Bradenton who are moving out to Parish and finding more amenities and what they want. And as Commissioner Satcher eventually gets restaurants and ball fields and everything else built out there, I doubt it's going to help. I doubt it's going to help my situation in West Bradenton. He's building parks, which I thought was odd because kids don't play outside anymore, do they? Some still? Okay. You should build a gaming station.
He obviously needs to get married
where
and
they
have
all
children.
sit around and play video games.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm supportive of the district commissioner's efforts and of the Parish Civic Association as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you very much. And great presentation, great discussion. I remember Ben and Cookie Jordan for decades. Decades? Every time we would go and see them, and I'm looking at Bob Schmidt, we'd go out to the Parish Civic Association, they would say, please, could you get us a restaurant where we can sit down and have a cocktail?
Yeah.
That was always the request. We have plenty of beer and pizza places. Please, could we get a nice restaurant?
The only
with
thing keeping people in West
cocktails?
Bradenton so far.
So we're 20 years later, we still don't have that. I was around in 2005. I was working for the county. I remember when this was written, when this overlay was written. Carol Clark took the lead on it. It was during a time when Parish came to us and said, development is crushing us. We want to preserve our rural character. How do we do that? Help us. And so this was a thoughtfully prepared overlay district at the time. What I think we've learned is that the larger the overlay and the more restrictions that you put in an overlay, the more difficult and cumbersome it is. It's never going to work for everyone. That's why I always talk about, cities are small and it's easier to do these things like affordable housing and all these things in smaller areas. But when you're talking about a big area, and we tried to accomplish a lot in that overlay, way too much, right? So that's difficult. And that's kind of some information for the Mayaca people as they talk about wanting an overlay. Be careful, because be careful what you wish for. There are unintended consequences. And so what we learned was there are these competing interests. Yes, Parish wanted to be this rural area that was different, but they had no idea that they couldn't have a Lowe's or a Home Depot. They wanted that, but that was written out of the overlay. They had no idea that all those beautiful trees in that big, wide 50-foot buffer would hide businesses, and businesses don't want to be where they can't be seen. So, there's always stuff that we don't know going into something, and then things that we learn as we go through it. So I hope that the next thing that we do, we take our knowledge and we try and do it better. The architectural style stuff, I remember Leon working on that. I'm looking at Bob. I don't know if Norm did. Norm had the architectural background. Difficult for sure, not easy to implement. But I was thinking about that Dollar General, and I pulled it up on Google Earth and was looking at it, because that Dollar General is one nice looking Dollar General, you guys. And what that shows you is that chains that have their own architectural standards. Let me tell you, when a Wawa comes to town, they say, no, we build it this way. No, what do you mean? We can't put the sign over here. Everything is laid out. unless they really want to be somewhere and you tell them how it has to look, and then they go, okay. So if it's important that there be a certain architectural type of look, you can accomplish it, but it is difficult. What else? Specific approvals. Oh my goodness. If we see specific approvals all in a row, it's time to change the code. Yeah, we can't keep doing specific approvals. So I feel for you, Rachel. I love the neighborhood action plan. I think the focus is right on, placemaking, infrastructure, and economic development. Those are the three things that we need to focus on. The chart of uses, I didn't have a lot of time to look at it, but I was that a finite list of what could go in the new commercial overlay, or was that?
No, this was additional uses.
Additional uses, okay.
Uses that are already kind of in the table, because we have all of those tables in the land development code. These were ones that were specifically excluded from the village.
Okay.
And so we want to make sure that we're clear that it's only for parish. We don't want to make changes to, if Mayaca and Livonia want to make their own changes, that they would need to reach out to staff as well.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. And then, this past legislative session, there was a bill that passed that gives great flexibility to home occupations. I don't know if you all know about that, but you can pretty much do any home occupation you want at your house. Now, I've also heard that may change. So I don't know, if that helps you along the way. Stuart Chin, I don't know that we have met, but I have for sure met one of your relatives. I remember Dr. Chin would bring in these cases of shiitake mushrooms to the county. And this was way back, and he would tell us how healthy they are, and everybody's got to eat these shiitake mushrooms, and they were so good. And does anybody here, do you remember that, Bob?
No, I do not.
Okay, well, he used to bring in these cases of mushrooms to the staff and say, take them home and enjoy them, and everyone did. So I'm sure that was one of your relatives, Mr. Chin.
Actually, he was not. You talking about Warren Chin?
Warren Chin. That's
Warren Chin?
is he related to you?
No.
No.
We're not related. I come from a farming family.
Yes, he was a farmer, and he grew the mushrooms.
Dr. Warren Chin?
I don't know his first name. I only knew Dr. Chin. But anyway, he would come with these. Yeah, he would come with these mushrooms he grew. So, yeah, he was a fun guy. So, thank you all very much for being here and participating.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's a lot of, it's unanimous that the area wants to see more commercial growth. And I just want to say, every once in a while you do see some disagreements about something going in commercial, but in general, unless you're putting in something that is an absolute destination, so if you're putting in Disney World, that's different. But otherwise, commercial gets us all out of traffic because we don't have to go as far when we need to go to pick up lumber or whatever it is. And so I'm in favor of things that make it easier for corporations to be there. I want the nice steakhouse, the Copelands, or what have you. And so anything that's stopping that from happening, I'm in favor of getting rid of, or at least curtailing significantly. So I think we see a lot of a lot of votes for that, it seems like, up here. I did have some question about for the village. So right now, and I don't know if this will be for Rosina or Rachel, but so talking about expanding the village overlay and then talking about what we envision going there, right? So what is it about that overlay that would attract more? Is it because you're able to do more density on the residential is that what is the bait that would get more?
If you could come up to the microphone so we get it recorded. Thank you.
So the village is less restrictive than the NCO.
It is.
Okay.
It is. Right, now it's less restrictive. The design regulations have always been a little bit easier to navigate in the parish commercial village. I haven't had a lot of projects in the parish commercial village, but that's because of the size requirement that was there. So the Melgren plan that we based our concept plan off of has on the east side the parish plantation, which is planned development mixed use, and has some residential and non-residential components to it, is kind of the east outlier. And then on the west side, we have the academic cluster, which is the high school, what we hope to be State College of Florida, and an elementary school. And so in the middle is really the heart of the village. And we've got Fort Hamer Road on one side, and we've got US 301 on the other. And so we do have a lot of homes that are in there now. We don't want to take those away. We don't want to do anything to negatively impact them, but we want to free up their opportunity to be able to do home-based businesses, and for those existing businesses that are on 301 to find out a way to eliminate or alleviate some of the code enforcement issues that they've been having. So allowing for a higher density and intensity and a larger list of uses, we think will help entice the development and redevelopment for those underutilized parcels. Not all of the parcels, but we want to make sure that we're having, I want to call it a tapestry. I really have spent the last few months looking at all of the development patterns that are coming to the county that you guys will see in the future, and this piece. If we don't do enough to protect this piece and help them get to this concept plan, we're going to have just these vacant parcels that aren't large enough to support any type of redevelopment. And so I'm worried that the village is going to get passed by if we don't help them achieve this goal.
So you would say right now the reason why we haven't seen, like you just said, you haven't had a project there.
Right.
So the reason why, from what you believe the reason why is because of the size requirements that you're having to deal with?
It was the size requirement for the parish commercial village, but they've changed that now to 20,000 square feet.
Okay.
So I believe that that is going to be a good place marker, and that's for administrative approvals. So an applicant could choose to come back and have the board approve something that's larger than 20,000 square feet. There are some minor changes we want to make to the commercial village overlay district to allow it to have that flexibility for home-based businesses and things like that. And so I don't know why no one else is, other than I think we had to have all of these subdivisions come first so that we would have the critical mass to be able to have the commercial go to the heart of parish.
Okay. Well, I definitely, as far as rolling back the NCO, I see the case for that real strong. As far as the village, expanding the village, it's not that I'm against or for that. Just personally, I just want to see what the case is. Like, this would have been super successful if we just do this one thing, and now we're going to expand it because we're adding this. I want to hear a little bit more about that. As far as we're going east of 301 with the at 62?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me more about that.
If we could get a map up, that would help me.
Can I just interject something?
Can I bring Gretchen up? Come on, you got to be on the mic.
Sorry. Just one interjection with when you were asking about the parish village overlay and where that is coming into play with why we're here now about that. What has changed significantly is the neighborhood action plan. So what we're just asking to do is take that neighborhood action plan that's new and expand the village overlay to meet what the recommendation was and what we worked on, where before it was just a carved out area within the parish area. So I think that's where it's kind of, the driver, nothing's happened before, what's different now. I think that's what we're looking for, the expansion. It's not necessarily expanding what's in it, it's expanding the area to meet what the recommendation was from the neighborhood action plan.
Right. Well, so I would just say that sometimes the vision that we put, so when I look at this NCO and I read what's there, I think that would be amazing if it worked, right? So if we had all these nice businesses with 100-foot setbacks and 3 layers of trees and different color walkways between every commercial place, and then it would run into the residential, and you could, just come from your backyard and end up at the Publix, and that'd be neat, but it didn't attract the businesses to that. It wasn't workable. And so I understand, I'm excited about the neighborhood action plan, but then I want to see what regulations we're either imposing or rolling back that are going to encourage that vision to come to pass. It's
Yes.
not that I disagree with the vision. The vision sounds amazing. A cute little Main Street area to walk, and there's a candle shop, and there's I've been places like that. And so you go, but what are we doing that's going to make that? I'm sure there's an answer. I'm not saying there's not an answer. I'm just saying I want to see those actual regulations.
And I am so glad that you asked for that. So we don't have all of the proposed changes to present to you today because we knew that coming today, this was kind of a larger,
Big picture.
a larger picture because the NCO takes up 71,000 acres of land. And the parish village that we want to create, while at 865 acres still seems like an awful lot to me, you guys see me bring projects in that are larger than that on a regular basis. So what I would say, my suggestion would be that you give us a few months to finish writing the regulations that we'd like to propose and do another workshop so that we're making sure that we are moving to really implement that vision. Because there's so many steps in what we're asking today with not only comp plan, zoning, and overlay changes, but funding to help us get the infrastructure we need to get the people there to make it cost effective for them to be able to come in.
Right. Completely reasonable. That's fine. Let's see. We were going to talk about east of 301 and being part of the village.
There's not, the area east of 301 really isn't expanding very much. It's just kind of straightening out that line a little bit around, following the parcel lines a little bit better than what they do now. Because in some cases, it actually bisects some of the properties. So that's really kind of a cleanup effort more than anything.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Servia.
Yes, Rachel, so is the idea that we would eliminate the NCO at the same time we would adopt something new, or do you envision us getting rid of the NCO before you adopt something new, or?
I think that would be up to the board. That was one of those items that we said, we're just starting this conversation. I think to protect the village, that yes, they probably do need to happen at the same time.
Okay.
So that's why I suggested that we maybe have another work session where we can bring all of those items so that we're really showing that, we've got so much development that's already done in the NCO that followed those. We really do have some beautiful neighborhoods in Parrish, and that's what's attracting everybody. But this is our chance to have something that's just as unique as places like Mount Dora or the Village of the Arts. So we'll be pulling from what they've done regulation-wise to see lessons learned, things like that as we move forward. They've already done a number of charrettes on what the components are that they want to see. So now it's time really for me to work with staff and help them navigate changing those to something that's palatable for everyone and that we think the developers can live with at the same time. But more importantly, I want those homeowners and the small business operators to be able to navigate this too, because Misty, it's very difficult what we do reading through all these regulations, and we need something that they can navigate in a way that doesn't cost them a year or $50,000 or $80,000 or whatever it is to achieve their goals before they even turn dirt on a piece of property. And so for me, that's one of the goals that I keep hearing over and over again from the folks that attended that town hall.
I think it's wonderful that you guys are so unified. That's the secret. And having a master plan, that takes away a lot of the angst, because everybody, it sounds like you've talked with, do you believe everybody's on board? Do you have any people who have said, no, we're not quite sure?
At that town hall meeting, we had a lot of questions and a lot of other things that we were asked to explore, like the parking. And so that's something that we probably need to go back to another town hall where we're asking very specific drill down questions. Home-based businesses was top of the list. Parking was second because we want to make sure that they can get to these businesses, but we also want to create a walkable environment. So we have to have some sort of parking share, some kind of facility like that in amongst the neighborhood, so that we can really become more of a little baby urban hub. They really have a lot of goals. They don't want everything to be and look brand new. They really, it's really weaving the old and the new and allowing for the folks that have these special businesses to be able to really open up shop with a home-based business and bring in that Main Street component that may have some density. We don't have any developers lined up for that, but we're waiting also for State College to be able to come into the community. So there's so many things that are lining up long-term in the village and in Parish that this really needs to be done with a master plan and a master vision, which they have. That neighborhood action plan that was adopted by the board last fall really laid it all out very well. And so they've hired me to just help drill down to all of the nuts and bolts of the transportation plan, the sewer plan, and the regulations, along with Bob's help.
Right. Great job. Well, she's getting ready to ask another, so let her ask and then you can address it.
Actually, it was to Gretchen, so this is.
Okay, good.
I just wanted to thank you and the Parish Civic Association for actually paying for these planners to be here and being so committed to do what you're doing, just like actually what you did the first time. And when you realized it wasn't going to work and you wanted to see a different direction of your area, you stepped up and you paid for it yourself. So, and at another meeting, I'm not committing you to anything, but I remember at another meeting we were talking about a road or something, and you were going to hire an engineer and possibly help fund the road. So I want to thank you guys for stepping up.
And thank you for saying that and mentioning that, because that was one of the things that I wanted to stress. We are not just talking, we are actually doing, and we are spending our own money and our own time. I mean, this money that we collect from the community is to help the community. So that's what we're doing. We're using it by hiring the professionals and getting the people that know what they're doing out there to help us. I've learned a lot over the years, obviously. I could read some things I never thought I'd ever look at before. But that's what we're doing and we want to show that we're committed not only as a community, but as an organization to putting our time and money into it. And this is all volunteer. I took a day off work today to come and made sure I was off for the day so I could be here for this. It's very important to us. So thank you for recognizing that. I appreciate that. You were mentioning the railroad earlier. And I wanted to circle back to that. The railroad, as you know, is now part of a destination, and they have been working with the I don't know what the group is, the planning that they were doing for the basically to bring people in. The what? TDC? Yeah. And yes. And what they have come and asked about sewer also and what they can do. And so my suggestion was, and this is what we're putting out there, is that we have a group, meeting with us and the railroad and the county, because the county's putting a plan together also about how they want to lay out sewer and transportation, which is different from what our vision is, which is closer to what the railroad's vision is what we have, and then the small businesses that are currently there that want to have a way to access the sewer, because the lift station is just about done. We're laying the pipes now. We need to figure out how we're going to use them and who's going to get them first, because the list has been long and they've been waiting for a long time. So my suggestion is that we all come up with something together, working with the county to lay out that plan so the railroad can be supported and they can start bringing in the tourism that they plan to do.
And we're getting emails from PJs. I sent an update. I think, Charlie, if I can remember right, that road is not going to be, their business is not going to be.
I got the email today. Thank you. I was like, when I got the email from FDOT about, nope, they changed their mind. They really do want it. And I'm like, no. So I brought it up to Commissioner Cruz that night, and he immediately started asking about it, and then you responded. So I really appreciate you guys working on getting that taken care of. PJ's and Johnny Nelson. I was standing at Johnny Nelson Tire getting my tire fixed when I got the email, so I appreciate you supporting the small businesses that are there already.
Any other comments? Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, again, you took the day off of work. Obviously, the Lindsays, Alan Jones, all y'all took the day off of work to come be here. I don't know if Carol Feltz works, but that's okay. But seriously, though, it's amazing when you think about how important these meetings are and how much local government does shape our lives, and this is a great example of that, and how few people actually come and participate in the process. But I just wanted to, again, thank everyone for coming. That's all, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Satcher?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I was thinking through what you were talking about with the village and not having the new regulations, and part of that goes to how successful this meeting was. Probably not going into it, I didn't realize you were going to get unanimous support for rolling back the NCO. So that's a big deal. That moves things really in a hurry. So in the future, I'm hoping to see something where we really roll that back, change those setbacks. I still would like to see Parrish. Personally, I'd like to see Parrish with higher setbacks than maybe the whole rest of the county, but not as extreme as it is now. And once again, I'll disagree with Commissioner. I like the no bars part. I mean, somehow we've got the beef O'Brady's. I mean, I don't.
Oh, you're wild.
So, anyway.
We've gone way too long.
That's the difference. Then that's something that people didn't realize. We can have a bar and restaurant, but you can't have a freestanding. So like the brewery that was going to come into Parrish had to go to Palmetto.
I feel like
We'll
when they
take the-
did that in 2005, they did a good job.
We'll
I
take the
kinda like
beaches
that.
and the bars and the beach
So,
bars and be fine.
But anyway, regardless, I think we can, I think I think we'll be able to move forward on moving this back, it sounds like, from the board and from what I'm hearing from Parrish. So that's exciting.
Any other comments, commissioners? All right, I'd like to thank everyone from Parrish and MyACA for spending your day with us today. I feel like that we have a lot of good information. I think that, we'll be having another one of these in the near future. And I think we've all picked up on things that maybe we can do to make things better. And again, Rachel, easier. It needs to be easier. It's too complicated. And Bob, it goes without saying, I think that. But anyway, guys, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. We'll go ahead and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.